Happy Sunday. We are live here in Indianola, Iowa for, well, looks like day 2 of our road with President Trump here in Des Moines, building up to the caucus scheduled for tomorrow night at 7 p.m. But Captain Cyber, Brian Glenn live. We have Vanessa Broussard we'll bring in here in just a second. But we have a packed house here at Simpson College, just south, it looks like, of Des Moines, and what a crowd we have here today.
We do. Everybody's very excited. You can tell there's a really great energy in the room, and actually when I walked in, there's still a line up around the building, so I really don't believe that turnout here with the cold, I don't think that's going to end up affecting anything too much.
It's interesting. I was watching a lot of the news before we came in today, and they were talking about, will these sub-zero, and I'm talking wind chills into the negative 40, will that affect the turnout today? But by the look outside today, that has not. We got a lot to unpack, but first let's talk about one of our partners today. That is the Birch Gold Group. We've talked about your investments and how the uncertainty of this market plays out. We're going to show you exactly how to go from a traditional IRA into a gold-backed IRA, and they can simply do that. Simply text the words Trump to 989898. That is Trump to 989898 for that free information kit that they will send you so you can secure your financial freedom, the Birch Gold Group. We've got other partners we'll talk about today, but if you look at the polling that just recently came out, and I've got that pulled up here, we've got basically Trump at 48% and Nikki Haley at 20%, DeSantis at 16%, and Ramaswamy comes in at 8%. So does 48%, does that, in your opinion, I think it might be a lower number than what I would think that Trump has here in Iowa so far?
I mean,
that is from the Des Moines newspaper, by the way.
Right, yep. I think those numbers just came out today. But, I think that the Trump team would probably like to see themselves more around the 50 range. But he's really doing a great job. You can't always rely on the polling. And also, I mean, if you look at him in the lead that he has on the other contenders, he has a strong lead, I think stronger than anybody that they've ever seen here in Iowa, over 30 points. So he's doing a really great job. Yeah,
and if you look at the margin of victory right now from a GOP candidate is 12%. I said this earlier, I think we're going to blow that out after tomorrow night.
Yeah, I think they said Bob Dole was the last one to reach that. So it's really great that he's in this position. And I think that I heard today, Iowa is always looked at, it's the first state in the nation, but I also think that it's the last state, meaning I think that this state is going to set the tone for the rest of the country as we lead into the primaries, and there's going to be a lot of momentum coming out of Iowa.
All right, to unpack some of the events today, the pre-program here starts at 10:30 local time, goes to about 11:30, I've been told, and then, of course, 12 o'clock noon, President Trump will make a speech here. Now, with the travel, some things did get shifted around the last couple of days. He had a great kind of a tele-rally last night that we were able to bring to you. That was kind of a last-second deal, but that looked and sounded great from the president. Engaging in Iowans here on a lot of the issues that's most concerning to them, and a lot of it is the economy and our border.
Well, the economy, our border, agriculture, China, this is really the nesting ground for the home of the forgotten man and woman in this country. And I think that President Trump, when he was in office, he made sure they were not the forgotten man and woman. It was promises made, promises kept, and they were living, the wages were much higher. The unemployment rates were not as high. And so I know that the people here in Iowa, they know the direct impact that Trump policies, America First policies has on them.
Yeah, I was listening to some of the political analysts this morning, and I use that tone very loosely. A few of them said, hey, you know what? We think that Joe Biden and President Trump are the two worst picks that we can choose from. And I thought to myself, okay, this guy was Larry Hogan. He was a former governor. You know exactly
Maryland.
who he is,
Yep.
of Maryland. And so what a crazy take that is. But that just goes to show how threatened the deep state is, Democrats and Republicans are of a disruptor like President Trump, who comes in and literally governs for the people.
Look,
the way it should be.
Well, and President Trump, up until this point, we're in the general election. He's not messing around on the debate stage, calling names of the other candidates. He's making sure that the American people have hope and that there is a path forward. And so I think that has been really, really great to see with his team and the messaging that he's had and the interviews that he's done. It's been really, really positive.
Okay, so the polling looks excellent at this point. But now we're going to get to, let's get to a state rep real quick, and let's bring her over here. Boy, before we get into that, come on in here real quickly. So I've got a couple minutes with you. This is your district. You're a state rep here in Iowa. Does this surprise you right now, the amount of people that have turned out today?
No, it doesn't. Our district's been strong for Trump since the first time he ever ran, and it continued to have that momentum. We have educated voters in Iowa.
So to walk me through the process for you, have you been preparing for caucus night tomorrow night, and what are you feeling as far as, do you think this 18-point margin of victory is something that President Trump can surpass tomorrow night?
Well, I certainly hope so. I would love to see that happen. You know, we've got minus 20-degree weather right now, so my concern is we'll have some elderly people that might not be able to turn out. But then again, you're in Iowa, and ask any farmer who got to take the day off yesterday or today. So.
Yeah, let's formally introduce yourself and how you got into local politics here, because I always think it's like your state reps down to the level that really are able to understand what the people in your district, and this is your neighborhood, how they feel about issues. So let's go ahead and formally introduce
Absolutely.
yourself.
So I'm State Representative Brooke Boden. I've lived in this district all of my life. And I got into this because my daughter had Lyme disease, and I couldn't get her treated past 30 days in the state of Iowa. So as a mom, I went up, I wrote a bill, and I, for lack of a better word, lobbied the House and the Senate.
Wow.
And it lit a fire in me that the people's voice really does matter, that we need to be heard, and I thought that I could fill that seat. And so I worked hard, and I flipped an incumbent that had been here for a long time as a Democrat.
I love that. So what is it about President Trump that has really drawn you to support him like you are today?
Well, his fire for the American people matches my same charisma for the American people. The fact that he continued to run our economy at such a high level and never have inflation, but people feel it in their wallets. And we're Iowa. This is an average community. We're looking for somebody that's willing to listen to the people and do the work of the people, and he's proven he can do that.
Do you think the endorsement of Ken Reynolds has hurt her perception here in Iowa, coming out and endorsing DeSantis? She normally has been a very popular governor, right? I mean, people have been traditionally for her. How's that affected her approval rating here in Iowa since she's endorsed DeSantis?
I'm not sure of her approval rating. It's different. We've never had a governor do that before. But I'll tell you one thing about Kim Reynolds is she's kind of a different governor. So the fact that she stepped out wasn't surprising. It was surprising that she didn't step out for Trump, though, in my opinion.
Yeah. I've also heard reports that a lot of Democrats and independents have rallying behind Nikki Haley because they simply don't want Trump to get the nomination. Do you believe that a 20% approval rating right now or support for Nikki Haley is realistic, or is that inflated by simply people who just don't want Trump to be the nominee?
I believe that it's inflated. I'm not sure which surveys you're using, but when I knock doors, when I talk to people, when I'm in my district, we're Trump district.
Yeah. Well, we appreciate it. How can people get more information for you, follow you on social media, things like that?
Sure. I'm on Facebook and Twitter. I'm on all of the things under Brooke Boden for Iowa House. And you can find me at iowalegis.gov.
There you go. We appreciate your time as you make your way back down here. Live television on a tight media. Whoa, no, don't walk that way. You're walking in shot there. It's tight here. I'll bring Vanessa Bruce Orden, as we juggle some space here as we got media around us, and we want to be respectful of their space. But does this surprise you today?
It actually does. It does and it doesn't. It does because it's in the negatives. Negative 15 is what I looked at when I got out of the car. But at the same time, this is the Maga movement, and they'll walk through snow and negative temperatures to see President Trump. So it's great to see this crowd out here, packed house, and this is giving me it's hyping me up for tomorrow night, caucus night.
Yeah, tomorrow night is caucus night. We'll have live coverage from the Trump Watch party, plus we'll have coverage from the War Room itself. And then prior to that, we have a midday show where we'll be live from a Kimberly Guilfoyle and Don Jr.'s party. And as well, we'll have a midday show with Christina Bob's going to come in town and help us with that. Okay, so we went over some of the polling issues, went over the approval rating, and it's interesting to me that when you look at the enthusiasm of supporters, that people polled, around 90% of the people that polled for Trump said that they are 100% enthusiastic about their candidate. Now, the other candidates, Ramaswamy, DeSantis, and Haley, they polled much, much lower. So in other words, people who are coming out for Nikki Haley or DeSantis aren't traditionally enthusiastic about doing that. They're doing that in defiance of probably President Trump.
Right, and we see that. We saw that in 2016, and we saw that in 2020, so it's no surprise we'll see it here in 2024 as well. They're never Trumpers for whatever reason, and so, yes, they're not as enthusiastic as the MAGA movement. These people, I think, Brian, the key word today is hope. They have hope for a better country, and they've been waiting to get to the polls for 3 years now, since 2020, and they're excited, like you just mentioned, and no matter if it's slippery, snowy conditions, they are going to caucus. This is proof here today that they will come out no matter the weather conditions, no matter what Mother Nature throws at them. They're ready to head to the polls and they're ready to caucus.
Okay, if you have someone in your life that collects Trump memorabilia, let's talk about the Trumpinator right now. This is one of the most popular things that we promote on this network, and this is the iconic, if I'm not mistaken, it's called the Proud Patriot take on Trumpinator. This is a bobblehead that really represents Trump's love for this country and his support. So if you have someone in your family, friend, your office, or your church that loves President Trump, this makes a great gift. It's a limited edition, only stands about 10 inches tall. Go check it out. The website is proudpatriots.com/flag. Go get yours today. You can simply also text the word flag to 70301. You gotta
I'll tell you what, flowers are a great thing to receive on Valentine's Day, but a Trumpinator, that
actually might seal the deal on the marriage thing right there. Anyway, we're glad you're joining us. We'll bring Catherine Cipher in for just a second, in a few minutes, to talk about what she thinks is going to unfold during this caucus, and really how the former First Lady will make her way into the campaign stops, as she is dealing with a death in her family. Her mother passed away, so we will obviously, like we did yesterday, send our prayers to Melania and everyone surrounding. But we'll bring in her in a few minutes to talk about that impact. But when you talk about the issues that people here in Iowa are facing, it is a broken border. It's the border, the southern border is wide open. And, of course, the state of Texas has stepped up to try to additionally secure portions of that border that the federal government is not handling right now. And, I've always said, every state is a border state at this point.
Right. The times have changed where you used to worry about the border states and the illegal immigrants coming over and making their new home, the border states. But every state is a border state now, no matter where we travel. We talk to state representatives, we talk to governors, we talk to people on the ground, the residents in all of these states, and they are all concerned about illegal immigration. So no matter where you live, even right here in Iowa, that is a problem because they are making their way inland and they are covering all 50 states now. And so it's a problem no matter where you live.
It's interesting. There was a story where two immigrants attempted to come into the U.S. They drowned in the water. And then, of course, a lot of criticism was applied to the Border Patrol, who could not, for whatever reason, make an attempt to save them. And I ask you this: 300 people a day die of an opioid overdose. That is from the opioid that are coming through our border. So when do we start to really place blame on the 300 people a day who overdose on opioids? The broken border is bringing in a ton of drugs. So if we want to be very, if we want to point fingers at who is causing deaths in America, it is absolutely the broken border.
Yes, and the winners right now is the cartel. The cartel is in complete control of our border. They're having a celebration day in and day out as they're able to get their drugs and their people in here into our country. That's what they want, and they are winning. And so it is up to the U.S. government, it's up to Mayorkas, it's up to everyone to make sure that our borders are secure. And when you have governors like Texas Governor Greg Abbott, who is doing what he can to secure his border there in El Paso and Brownsville, the feds have come in and sued him and said this is unconstitutional. And so the federal government is welcoming in these illegal immigrants. They're welcoming in these drugs that they're bringing with them, coming from the cartel, and they're affecting not just our children anymore, but adults as well. The overdose rate is skyrocketing.
Yeah, and of course, if you look at cities like Chicago, like New York, they no longer have place to put a lot of these immigrants, and they're forced to go into schools, which means the kids that normally would go to that school are forced to find another location. So this has affected not only just Eagle Pass and around the Texas border, but it's also affected as far north as New York. And of course, after this, we're going over to New Hampshire and do that. And it's interesting that you've got New Hampshire Governor Chris Sununu has come out and endorsed Nikki Haley. And then you've got Iowa Governor Kim Reynolds endorsing DeSantis. So the first two states coming out of the gate, the heads of those states have not endorsed President Trump. And I tell you what, I think that's a good thing. I think what that shows is President Trump has the spotlight and the target over the right issues, which is causing very corrupt, the deep state is corrupt, and also corrupt Republicans to now go look for shelter because they know that the no nonsense approach to politics is coming back. And so it doesn't, I'm not disappointed that we're not having these governors come out and endorse Trump, because guess what? Trump does not endorse the deep state or the corrupt. He is not the old country club Republican that we've been known to have in the ruling class in this country. He is very much for the people, and I think it doesn't surprise me they don't endorse him, and I don't look for any more endorsements.
Right, and it's
from some of these states.
Right, and he's been dealing with this since day one. He has been fighting these people, these rhinos, from the get-go, from straight out of the gates. And so it's the people who are backing him, the people who love him, the MAGA movement who know that he is on their side, he is in their corner. He has proven his record. What he says is what he does. He proved that for 4 years. The people say we need another 4 years of President Trump. And they have opened their eyes. They see what these governors and these state reps and congressmen and women are doing and not doing, and they can now see the difference between a true conservative Republican who's in Washington trying to fight for them and those who are running just on the Republican ticket to get into office, aka rhinos. And so the people of America, they're smart people, and so they know that President Trump is their person. You can see that here today. So regardless of what their governor is saying, they're coming out to support the man in the arena.
And I think that's why you're seeing more retirements announced in Congress, right. And that people are simply, they know they cannot win the re-election in 24 because of their voting record and the way they have perhaps endorsed another candidate, and the people and their constituents in their district understand that, and they understand that there's a major disconnect. I'm going to bring in Catherine Cipher real quick just to give us kind of her intake. You know, I'll let you. Oh, there you go. We'll just play musical chairs here. Let's talk real quickly. You worked with the former First Lady Melania Trump for a number of years in the White House. We talked about her legacy that she has left, not only in the White House but in the community that she served. Let's touch real quickly, if someone missed our broadcast yesterday, some of the accomplishments of the First Lady and how impactful she was to the White House.
Yeah, I think the key thing with Mrs. Trump is she's quiet, but she's doing a lot. With Be Best, she had visited thousands of children, both in hospitals and schools. Her Be Best platform was based off of 3 pillars. It was opioids and neonatal abstinence syndrome, well-being, and online safety. And so she was doing that. She was well ahead of the curve when it comes to online safety. I think now we're just now seeing the detrimental effects of mental health with online safety, and how if you're not careful with your children, social media platforms are the #1 reason for depression in children, and especially young girls, and also suicide rates. And so she was ahead of the curve there. And then with well-being, she really started focusing on foster care students, and all while she was doing that and helping get grant money for kids that are coming out of the child welfare system without homes, making sure that they have scholarships if they want to go to school, or also making sure hospitals were equipped to handle the children that were coming in, or the children being born addicted to opioids. And so she focused on that, but then she also was really pivotal in making sure that the White House itself was preserved and restored for future generations to enjoy. And I actually have for you a list of some of the restorations that she did. It's a long list here, but I appreciate you giving this some attention. So first of all, the Rose Garden. She took the Rose Garden from 19 roses to 200 roses. I mean, the fact that the Rose Garden, before we came in, could not even sustain living and thriving roses, and they were having to be changed out all the time. I mean, that's taxpayer dollars, and she really came in. She restored it back to the original bunny melon design, and it's gorgeous. Now, if you see the Biden administration, they're doing press conferences there, and the roses are taller than Joe Biden himself, and so I think that just it speaks for itself. Also, she redid the tennis pavilion. The tennis pavilion was a little shack on the White House property, and now it's something that we can all be proud of. And I know that the First Family now is using that for events and things. And other restorations that she did the Queen's bathroom, the President's elevator, the East Room, the State entrance, the bowling alley, the family dining room, and the Children's garden. I mean, the list goes on, and these are all things that she was doing behind the scenes, and she did not ask for anything in return. She didn't even ask for recognition.
Nor did you and I ever hear about that in the media. You know, not that if she would have announced it, not that they would have ran over there to cover it, but you never heard about things. This is the silent thing she did when no one was looking and didn't seek public praise for it.
Yeah, but I think that's that's something that we all know. It's your character is not what you do when you're in front of people. It's what you're doing when nobody's looking.
Yeah.
And I think that's one thing that I wish that more people knew about Melania Trump.
Hopefully we can at one point get a sit down with Melania Trump, former First Lady.
Trying.
We're trying to do that. Real quickly, I do want to touch upon a lot of criticism comes from the media that she has not been on the campaign trail with the president. Now, obviously, right now she's dealing with a death in a family. Prior to that, this campaign trail is so long. I don't know what they expect her to do. Now, I know that she'll get involved on the campaign when the time is right, at the moment is right, and that point, at that point in the polling and the campaign. But now it's a little early. We're just in January, Catherine. It's not like.
Well, and that's the thing. I don't
the election
see
is
them
next month.
asking where other candidates' spouses are on the trail.
But why are they so critical of Melania asking where's Melania? That is one of the worst questions I hate to see on social media.
Melania was very clear. She did an interview with Fox News back in May of last year, and she said she is absolutely ready to be on the campaign trail with him. That time, that's up to her and her husband and her team. But she's ready to lead through strength, and she's ready to restore hope to the country. And she said that in the interview. And also, she addressed, that she does. If they win the White House, she's ready to go back in and continue the work she was doing on child development and child well-being.
Yeah. All right, we're going to pause that. Let's talk about our friends over at Tax Network USA. If you are struggling with tax issues, don't worry. Don't let the IRS come down on you. Time is not on your side, but the Tax Network USA, they are. And their expert team of professionals will help you battle your tax issues no matter how big or small they are. Time is running out. Go to tnusa.com/RSBN. That's a special website that we have set up for you to reach out to an expert, and they'll reach out to you and help you absolutely resolve any tax issues. If you have $1,000, $10,000, $100,000, if you hadn't paid taxes in 1 year, 2 years, or 10 years, they can help. Tax Network USA, the website is tnusa.com/RSBN. The information for that is on your screen. All right, it's 10:23 here local time. Pre-program is set to start at 10:30, so we'll bring that to you. It could last for about an hour or so, typically, depending on how many speakers they have. And then President Trump is scheduled at 12 o'clock here Central Time. And then tomorrow off to the caucus. I would imagine they're kind of reserving his time a little bit, resting him up, because they know tomorrow's a very busy day. And as we said earlier, I think that 12% margin of victory that is on record, they've never faced the political times that we have right now. I think this time will be very different than previous years.
Yeah, and like I said, I think that the momentum from this state is going to carry on through the rest of the country. And it's the best is yet to come, and it's so great that we're finally starting to see the light at the end of the tunnel. I remember coming on right after 2020, and we were still ready to fight, but I think that people were a little depleted, and now it's great to see that people are, they're going to be able to get out their vote, and they're going to be able to speak for who's going to be running this country.
Yeah, you stay there. Let's see if we can swing in. Vanessa, I'll step back a little bit, and we kind of do a little triangle here. We get in now that we don't have our neighbors to the next of us aren't doing a live shot. Let's talk about all of these frivolous lawsuits. And we got it in New York, we've got Georgia, we got Florida, we got D.C. How has that impacted the president at all? Or we've only seen his approval ratings go up and up.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the thing to say when you start thinking about these, all of these prosecutions, 3 of the 4 prosecutors they've all proven to be woke. Everything that Donald Trump has started to unveil and uncover about them and their backgrounds, it all turned out to be true. Letitia James, she ran on taking him down.
Yeah.
She ran on it. That was a campaign promise of hers. She doesn't care about rule of law. She's just she wants to go after the man. Then you look at Fani Willis. I mean, what's going on down in Georgia is absolutely unbelievable. She should be disbarred. What she's doing is unethical. And it just shows that she was willing to, especially with the special prosecutor that she brought on. They have a relationship. They don't have a relationship. There's a lot of speculation there. And if that's true, I think that case should be completely thrown out. And then Jack Smith. He has a history of being political. So I don't know what's going to happen down in Florida, but I guess we'll see. But Donald Trump will show us the way if there starts to be anything going on. But it just shows the weaponization of government that we've been talking about since January 6th. I saw last night, the White House, they were under attack. They had people crawling up the fencing, and where was the FBI for that? They were there for January 6th. I didn't hear of anything like that going on. And I'm sure today the FBI, rather than looking at who is doing that, they're looking at who is there on January 6th and what parents are going to their school board today and saying that they don't agree with them.
Yeah. And you talk to Trump supporters like myself at these rallies. They're not concerned about any of these lawsuits or any of this weaponization at all.
They know it's a witch hunt. They know they're frivolous accusations. They are bogus accusations against the president, from New York all the way down to the Mar-a-Lago raid to Georgia. The list goes on, and it's all bogus. It's all fake. It's all false. And it's just an attempt to keep Trump off the ballot. And America knows that. And so, as Catherine was just saying, you look at these judges and these, attorney generals and prosecutors, they are running on, we got to bring down Trump. We have to bring down Trump. That is their goal. We just have to stop Trump. So how are we going to stop Trump? Well, we're going to come up with this false, bogus allegation against him. We hope that the people realize that what we're saying is true, but the American people, again, are very smart and know that this is all an attempt to keep him off the ballot. Hillary Clinton even did an interview, last year that said she couldn't believe that the MAGA movement was still backing him after all of these allegations, because we know that they're bogus.
Yep, and even in the Georgia case, we found out that now the Biden administration lied to us. That special prosecutor, they had to show his billing. And we know he had 2 meetings with the White House for 8 hours that he billed for.
Right.
So to say that the Biden administration doesn't have anything to do with this, it's like saying Hunter Biden's laptop was Russia collusion.
Well, we had 51 intelligence agencies tell us, they signed off on it, that was misinformation on that laptop. And the latest controversy is, I saw Representative Jamie Raskin of Maryland on MSNBC today talking about how Trump took $7.8 million from foreign governments. So there's a lot in that story that's being left out. Now, a lot of these dignitaries from these foreign countries were renting and owned apartments in buildings that Trump owned. And these HOA dues that were due they had to pay from the HOA dues that Trump did. So a lot of that money went back to the government, went back to the federal government. So there's a lot of details they leave out, and that's what they do. They come up with these half-baked stories and these lawsuits just for a PR move, because we both know that as soon as someone sees a lower third on cable news that says Trump possibly involved in XYZ, people automatically assume that is the truth. And so 51 intelligence agents told us that the laptop wasn't true. And, of course, it was true. We told us that President Trump said he had a perfect phone call with Zelensky, right? even had the transcript that you can read, but then mainstream media spun that into, which would later be an impeachment on Joe Biden. So can we trust the mainstream media? We all pretty much know we can't.
I came from the mainstream media, and the answer is no. Absolutely not. They tell you what they want to tell you. They show you video that they want to show you. I can give examples of video that they want the public to see to spin the story, but they'll never air the video in its entirety because they don't want the public to see the video in its entirety. And it all comes from the corporate level. The corporate level controls hometown news now. And so what I grew up on and what you probably grew up on, watching hometown news, what's going on in their community. Yes, there's going to be negative news, but there's also positive news. We don't have that anymore. You may have a little bit, but you don't have that anymore. You have this spin from corporate coming down to the local stations. So no matter where you live, just always remember when you're watching these national news stories, it's being spun to tell you what they want you to believe.
Yeah. And I think that if you really kind of peel back the onion, in a way, Alex Jones was right. This is an information war. I think he was probably 20 years ahead of the time here for what he's doing. But it is about information, and it is about the perception from the public on a candidate and how strong they are. And, and we read the truth message yesterday that President Trump put on Truth Social about Vivek Ramaswamy, and that very critical of him, and he came out so MAGA, and almost to the point where every talking point that he had is his exact talking point that he had when he wasn't running for a political office. So it's all about public perception.
Yeah.
And you know what President Trump doesn't mess around with? He is straightforward. He's a straight shooter.
He is. And I think that the whole Vivek Ramaswamy statement yesterday, I think it's game time. Yeah. Everybody get on the same team. Let's go. Chris Christie's dropped out. They're speculating where his points are going to go. And, they say that it's probably going to end up being Nikki Haley. We'll see. But I think that it's time for the Trump people to get in line and get ready so that we can gear up and win this primary and get to real business.
Yeah, let's step aside as a program. It started here in Iowa.
Thank you for being here on this warm Iowa day. We override the weather. I am so honored to get to pray. Anytime somebody asks me to pray, I am going to say yes. So will you please bow your heads with me as we call upon the God of our founding fathers, the God mentioned in our Declaration of Independence. Let's pray. Gracious Heavenly Father, we thank you that we have this moment to come together, that while America is facing some very serious situations, we can look to you, just as our founding fathers, for direction, for provision, direction, provision, and protection. And you will supply our needs. When we call, you're waiting to answer. And so while things may look concerning here in America, you're still at the throne. You're still in full authority, waiting to answer our prayers when we ask. And so, Father, we come to you right now. We ask you for blessings upon this nation. We ask you for direction for those running for office. We ask you that truth be revealed, falsehoods be exposed, and that those who have ill gain or ill motives toward our nation be made known so we can handle them. We thank you for a man like Donald Trump who did just that. He called people out. He went for what was right. He kept this nation safe. He made things better for women, for moms, for dads, for grandparents, for everyone across all barriers. He brought people together to do what was best for their lives and making their own decisions. We thank you for a man so willing to lead against so many willing to come after him for wanting to. So, Lord, right now, we ask for your protection on tomorrow's caucuses. As people drive across this wintry tundra of Iowa, may you keep them safe. May you help them as they go forward. And may truth win out. May righteousness be what we all want to gain. And we thank you for every candidate in this race, every candidate willing to serve. And we pray for every individual in leadership, Lord. But we want to return this nation to one that honors you, honors your principles. And Lord, we know that to make America great, well, she's not great because you don't bless her because she's great. She's great because you have blessed her. And so, Father God, we want to turn this nation back over to you and make this nation once again a standing city, a city on a hill to be blessed, to be honored, and that people will once again respect the nation that we are, knowing that the globe is better when America is strong. We ask these names in the name of the Father, Son, and the Holy Ghost. Everybody says,
ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. I'm Thomas from Iowa, and I welcome you all to Iowa and our Iowa caucus. Please join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Amen.
Ladies
Please stand if you can. Take your hats off. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
I hope everybody is listening because we have some very important information for you to make sure we win this primary and we win it big. It all starts right here in Iowa with the first in the nation caucuses that I was able to give to Iowa. I controlled it and I gave it, just as I said I would. The outcome in this state will send a message to the entire country and, in fact, the entire world. So please listen very carefully to these simple steps you need to take to vote in the Iowa caucuses on Monday, January 15th, 2024. That's Martin Luther King Day, January 15th, 2024. Together we're going to make history, but you have to show up and you have to follow these instructions. Thank you all, and let's go and make America great again. We're going to do it. We're going to make it greater than ever before.
Making America great again starts one place on earth, and one place only, right here in Iowa. Monday, January 15th, 7 p.m. Be there, because it's caucus night. Now you may say to yourself, Self, I've never been to a caucus. How does it work? You've come to the right place. Because for the next 2 minutes, Marlon's going to tell you everything you need to know about how to successfully caucus for President Trump.
Caucusing is super easy. Before we get going, let's make sure you are eligible to caucus. Time to check with the lawyers. For that, here's Margot from the law firm of Dewey, and Chittister.
To vote at a caucus, you must be at least 18 years old. But here's the kicker. That's 18 by November 5th of 2024, Election Day.
Okay, so now you know you're eligible to vote in the Iowa caucus. Woohoo! How simple is it to caucus? As simple as this. Wait, that's the wrong one. As simple as this. 3 easy steps. Step 1, make sure you're eligible. Done. Okay, step 2, do you know where your caucus location is? Now be careful, the correct answer isn't necessarily your regular voting location. I'm throwing you a lifeline here. You can easily find your caucus location and lots of other information by going to ia.donaldjtrump.com. Now, a quick time management lesson. It's Monday, January 15th, Caucus Day. You wake up at 5 a.m. because you are so excited to caucus for President Trump. So what time should you get to your caucus location? Aren't you the go-getter? You don't need to be to your caucus location until 6 p.m., so no excuses for being late. And finally, step 3, register once you get to your caucus. Now, if the line is long, don't panic. I said don't panic. Sorry. The lines move very quickly, and once you're in line, you can't be turned away, so hang in there. Okay, starting exactly at 7 p.m., it's time for democracy to begin. First, you will hear a few brief speeches. Then paper ballots for voting will be distributed, collected, and counted, all in front of you. Easy peasy. And that's the first step to making President Trump our next president and making America great again.
I love you too. I want the national media, I've done several interviews before, to see what's going on here. You know, I've had a lot of questions asked about the weather. Fact of the matter is, Iowa people are tough. And we're here for one big reason. The next president of the United States, Donald J. Trump. I don't know if you are tired of what's going on in this country like I am, and you wonder about, I wonder about my grandkids and what kind of future we're going to leave them. I don't know if you're ready to go back to less than $2 a gallon gas. Or how about being in a country and a world that's not on fire like it is because of the dysfunction that this current president has done. I am just tired of what that we're going to leave to our next generation. And that is the reason why we're all here today. We're here today because we have to have a change in this country. I am so excited for this president to take over because I'm tired of going to the grocery store and paying these outrageous prices on everything. I am tired of a president that doesn't respect our military and takes care of our veterans. I am tired of all the dysfunction, and as the president would say, where someone really doesn't have the cognitive ability to make decisions. And that's why we're here today. And I'm very proud to say that I was the first person in the nation to endorse the President of the United States. Now, I get to spend a lot of time with him, and it's just been a privilege of myself to be able to do that. And that is this person, Donald J. Trump, cares about this country more than anybody I've ever been around. And I want to give a message to all the people that are out there, because we all hear this, that listen, I get tired of his tweets, and I get tired of the things he says. And I asked the president about that one time. And what the president told me, he says, Brad, do you wake up and have about 1,000 people attacking you every day? And he has to fight back. He's a fighter. We send him to the White House. There's no on-the-job training. And as he says on day one, he has got an agenda on day one to drill, baby, drill, and seal up the borders that are out of control right now. Therefore, it is so important that everybody gets out to caucus. And when those people talk to you about these tweets, as an employer myself, I look at job performance. We wouldn't even be having the conversation in regards to pro-life and banning abortions in this country. We wouldn't have this because of Donald Trump. Donald Trump is the person that put those people in the judgeships throughout the United States, but most importantly in the Supreme Court. It is someone that I truly believe in. He is honest as the day is long, and therefore that's the reason why I am proud to say that I am supporting the next President of the United States, the 47th President, Donald J. Trump. God bless you all.
Ladies and
I didn't know you all were here yet. Come on, let's get a little enthusiasm. It's 18 below outside. It's warm in here. We're here to support the 45th and the 47th President of the United States, and there's only one reason I came up here from Missouri. It was below zero down there. The wind was blowing so hard. I know this is a tough visual. I could hardly stand up to fill my car up. And I'm thinking, how do I get up there? But I have to get up there. I made the effort. I got here to save America. That's why I'm here. Is that why you're here? All right, I want to get you fired up. You got a lot of good speakers back. You got Jimmy Jordan back there in the wings. So here I want a little group participation, okay? You're going to say who when I do that, and then you're going to say cares, okay? Got it? Let's practice. Who cares? Loud. All right. Who cares? Okay. So, Christie, Haley, and DeSantis walk in a bar. Christie, DeSantis, and Haley walk in a bar. One more time, and I want it loud this time. Christie, Haley, and DeSantis walk in a bar. And what were they thinking? That's what I want to know. Mike, wouldn't you like to be the bartender in that bar and look at them and they're discussing, what were we thinking? Well, I can tell you they weren't thinking. We had the best president ever in the history of this country. I'm the one that originated the phrase Trump train. I was his #1 supporter from August of 15, month and a half after he came down the escalator. I was in Tanzania with 35 congressmen, but I can hear that conversation. What were we thinking? We spent months and months and months, millions of dollars hurling grade school insults at each other. And now we're in a bar in Des Moines, Iowa. I don't know who their handlers were, but the reason I'm here today, I was in Mar-a-Lago a few weeks ago. The president said, I'd like for you to go up there, caucus for me, and endorse me formally like he needs my formal endorsement. I mean, I've been with him since day one, never got off the Trump train, never left him, invented the phrase Trump train. So, you know, but I'm here today to give my formal endorsement for two people, the 45th President of the United States and the 47th. Give it up for Donald J. Trump. Are you interested in protecting the border? I mean, we've lost our collective minds in the United States of America. What in the world, how could it possibly be going on down at the border like it is? How can boys compete against your girls? And that's okay. It's okay to invite people into this country. It's okay to close a school in New York so they can house illegal immigrants. We've lost our minds. I mean, this country has gone off the deep end. So I want you to do, I told Trump, I'll go anywhere, anytime, any place to help you. You know, at my size and my age, it's not that easy to travel. But when I went to Congress, I'd done 31 years as an auctioneer, 32 years as a real estate broker. No political experience whatsoever. But I said, we need normal people up there. We don't need career politicians. We need people that have signed the front of a check, hired people, fired people.
My days in politics are over, but I'm here to help my friend Donald J. Trump get back in that White House. If I can work in his administration, out of his administration, anywhere I can work, I'm going to work. I'm going to, if I can help him in New Hampshire, I'm going to go up to New Hampshire. I'm going to go to South Carolina. I'm going to go everywhere I can to help him, because I'm here to save America and make America great again. But if you all figure out what those other, what was it I called it, Donald Trump, the 11 dwarfs, whenever it started. But back in 2016, before the first presidential debate, Frank Luntz stopped me. There were 17 people in the race. 17 people. He said, Billy, who do you think wins? And I said, I can tell you right now, Frank, it's going to be Donald J. Trump will win the primary and the general election. He doubled over laughing. My wife and I walked down the hall to eat at the steakhouse. Here walks in Frank Luntz with who? Mick Mulvaney. He calls Mick over the table. Billy, tell him what you told me. Tell him what you told me. I know what he wanted. I said, Donald J. Trump's going to win the primary and the general. They both doubled over laughing. Yesterday they asked Frank Luntz if he was going to bet $150,000 on who would win. He was very downtrodden, and he said, I can't believe I'm saying this. These never-Trumpers need to go away. All these guys that ran against Trump this time could have helped him, could have been there. He's only got 4 years regardless. So anyway, God bless y'all. Thanks for coming out.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Mayor of Knox County, Tennessee, Glenn Jacobs.
Hey, good afternoon. Just a little bit about myself. I actually grew up near Hannibal, Missouri. I graduated from Truman State University. It's 2.5 hours south of Keokuk. Stepped off the airplane yesterday. I was like, oh, it's still balmy here in January. Isn't it amazing? Thank you all so much for being here today. I've had the good fortune of meeting a number of the candidates running for president of the United States. And I like some of them. They're good people. A couple of them I really, really like. I think they have great policies. But they're not what our country needs right now. They're not who our country needs right now. Our country right now needs Donald J. Trump. And for me, it comes down to two things. Trump's economic policies were amazing. The economy boomed. The border was under control. It's now in crisis. And we see all the other great things that he did. But for me, there are two things specifically that I believe he will do better than anyone else. In late August 2021, I got a text that I will never forget. A friend of mine sends me a text and he's like, hey, just a heads up, in case you haven't heard, one of the 13 service members that was killed in the withdrawal from Afghanistan was from Knox County. As a local official, you never think you'd have to deal with something like that. And as I've thought more about it, that was a microcosm of the Biden administration. He took some excellent work that Trump had done and completely botched it, and resulted in the deaths of 13 fine young American men and women. Often government incompetence is hidden in reports and statistics and numbers. It's something completely different when you see it in a flag-draped coffin, a shattered family, and a community in mourning. When Trump was president, there was peace in the Middle East. The Abraham Accords. Does anyone know what would have happened if Donald Trump had been president? And now it looks like the world is teetering on the brink of a regional war in the Middle East, which could end up in a world war. Donald Trump is the one person that would stop that from happening and reverse it from happening. And American boys and girls should never be sacrificed on the altar of profit for the military-industrial complex. But it sure seems like that's what happens sometimes. And the other reason that Donald Trump is far superior to anyone else in this race is he has personally stood up to the deep state like no one ever has. For those of you who don't know, I've had a long career in professional wrestling and WWE. A lot of people think I'm a tough guy. I like to think I'm a tough guy myself. But if I'd been what he'd been through, been indicted multiple times, I probably would have been like, you know, Mar-a-Lago's really nice this time of year. I think I'll just retire there. Instead, he fought back and he exposed the weaponization of the Department of Justice like no one ever has. And I can't wait till he's back in the White House and he starts ripping all that out by the roots. So again, thank you all so very much for being here. It's cold, it's terrible outside. It shows you the support that he has. Tomorrow night, be safe when you go to the caucuses. Most of all, make sure you support Donald J. Trump for President of the United States. Thank you all so very much. God bless.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Ohio Congressman Jim Jordan.
You guys are kind. Don't, I always, thank you. Thank you so much. So think about this. First of all, they spied on his campaign back in 2016, right? Then it was the Mueller investigation. $30 million, 19 lawyers, 2.5 years to find nothing. Then it was the impeachment. Then they raided his home about a year and a half ago. Then it's 4 indictments, Alvin Bragg in Manhattan, Fonnie Willis in Atlanta, 2 federal indictments, 1 in D.C., 1 in Miami from the special counsel Jack Smith. And now they're trying to use the 14th Amendment, Section 3 of the 14th Amendment to keep him off the ballot. Kind of makes you wonder what they're so afraid of, right? Why is the left, why is the swamp so determined to keep President Trump from getting back in the White House? And I think it really boils down to one simple thing. He actually did what he said he was going to do. He actually fought for us. I love the line President Trump uses. He says, they're coming after me because I'm fighting for you. And that is so true. You think about this guy, though. I remember early in his presidency, Buddy and I were at the West Wing there. I forget which office we were in. It's like sometime in 2017. And we're in one of the rooms there, and they had this big whiteboard on the wall. And they had literally written every single promise that President Trump had made to the American people when he ran for the job in 2016. Every single thing he promised. And they were just checking them off as they were getting them done. That's how you're supposed to govern. This guy said he was going to cut taxes, he did. This guy said he was going to reduce regulations, he did. He said he was going to build the wall, he did. He said he was going to put conservatives on the court, he did. 3 of them, Gorsuch, Kavanaugh, Coney Barrett. He said, and a whole bunch of other things he said he was going to get done that he did, that he got done. I mean, I love the idea. He said he was going to put the embassy in Jerusalem. I tell people all the time, every single presidential candidate in both parties made that promise when they ran for the job. But when they got elected, they get to the White House and the State Department and all the people who think they're smarter than the rest of us, then the rest of us here in flyover country, us Midwesterners, they said, oh, no, you can't do what you said. They gave them a ton of reasons why they couldn't do what they've told the American people they were going to do and what they got elected to do. And President Trump said, I'm going to do it. And he put the embassy in Jerusalem. And I think that step lead to the Abraham Accords and everything else we see happen. But think about this in 4 years, because this is really what elections are about, choices and comparisons here. And think about in 4 years' time, we went from a secure border to no border. We went from safe streets to record crime. We went from $2 gas to $3, $4, $5 gas. And we went from stable prices to record inflation. And I haven't even got into foreign policy. Because we went from a guy in the Oval Office in President Trump who projected strength, projected that all around the world, to Joe Biden, right? I mean, it's true. I mean, I heard Glenn just talking about this, but I remember this is probably, year and a half ago, shortly after Russia went into Ukraine, and President Trump's Secretary of State, former Secretary of State Mike Pompeo, was a great guy. Mike's doing an interview. And on the interview, the host of the show asked him, he said, Mr. Secretary, would this have happened when in a Trump administration? And Secretary Pompeo gave a great answer. He said, well, the short answer is, I don't know. But I do know this, it didn't happen in a Trump administration. And that sort of says it all. I think, how many of you about a year ago watched President Biden's State of the Union address? Anyone watch that? Yeah. I mean, well, yeah, it was like a lot of President Biden's speeches. It wasn't too great. But I mean, I go to every one. I've been to, I guess now, 16, 17 State of the Union addresses. And I tell people, this is the closest thing to pageantry we have in America. Right? We don't have what Great Britain has. We don't have the monarchy, the king, the queen. We don't have it. But we have the State of the Union. It's a big thing. It's in the House chamber. The Senate's there. The House is there. The Supreme Court, the diplomats, the crowd, the press, the lights. It's a big production. And it's an important thing for our country. So I was there. And like you, I watched President Biden's speech, and it wasn't too great. But the response afterwards by Governor Huckabee Sanders, Sarah, yeah. And understand, that's not an easy thing to do. I mean, when you're in the chamber with all lights, but she's in a room talking to a camera. But I thought she knocked it out of the park, and she had one line that stuck with me. She said, the divide in America today is normal versus crazy. And it's truly the divide. I mean, you think about all the crazy things going on the left and the Democrats are doing. I mean, it is crazy to defund the police. I mean, that's just it is crazy to have an open border. It is crazy to think that non-citizens should be allowed to vote. It is crazy to think that boys should be able to compete against girls in sports. That's just crazy. How about this one? It is crazy to let a Chinese spy balloon, and the key words in there are Chinese and spy. It is crazy to let a Chinese spy balloon fly clear across the country and then shoot it down. I'm just a country boy from Ohio, and I'd have probably shot it down before it went across the country, right? And I know President Trump would have done that, right? So that's what this is all about, is putting someone back in the White House who did so much, who did what he said he was going to do, who will do those things, who will project strength from the office. I mean, understand, in foreign policy, weakness invites aggression. Someone said that, and it is so true. President Trump projects the strength that you need in a commander-in-chief. And so I just wanted to thank you for, first of all, being in the game. I tell folks all the time, I learned a long time ago, good things in life don't just happen. You want to accomplish things that matter, things of meaning, things of significance, things that have lasting value. It takes time, it takes work, it takes effort, and most importantly, it takes a willingness to get off the sideline and get in the game and take the risk associated with trying to do something worthwhile. You all are doing that on the coldest day of the year, coming out because you care about your country. Thank you for doing that. President Trump is worth fighting for, worth helping get back in that office. I mean, this guy, the thing I love so much about President Trump is this guy hates to lose. Man, and that is we got Coach Gable here. Coach Gable knows a thing or two about not losing. Right, you follow Iowa wrestling. And Polly and I, we got to the hotel last night. We watched the Iowa basketball team. Watched this Caitlin Clark girl. She doesn't like to lose either. But that's what I love. Competition is a good thing. President Trump understands that competing, and he gets it. And I just love this. I love President Trump's attitude. I mean, he is. I remember the night they raided his home. So what's that now? About a year and a half ago. I guess it was August of 22. Polly and I we're just there on our deck in our heads like 10:30 at night, and I'm thinking like, this is unbelievable. I mean, but most of you I bet had the same reaction. You're thinking, how could this be happening in our country? And so we're watching it on TV like a lot of folks, and I just said, I told Polly, I said, I'm just going to call him. And I called him, and he answered the phone. The first thing he said was, Jim, this is the best thing that ever happened to our party. And I thought, what an attitude. I go, well, yeah, Mr. President, it might be, but they're raiding your home, for goodness sake. But that's his attitude. And he brings that attitude to work every single day for us, for this country, the greatest country ever. That's what this is about. So tomorrow, get out there, make sure you bring your friends to the caucus and vote for President Trump. Tell anyone and everyone you can to go there to help this guy, because he truly cares about America. He lives out my favorite scripture verse, and I'll close with this. My favorite scripture verse is 2 Timothy 4:7. Paul's the old guy giving advice to the young guy. And he says what? Fight the good fight, finish the course, keep the faith. And I tell people I love that verse because of the energy in it. Not wimpy words. Fight, finish, keep. Words we associate with Americans, with a winning attitude, an attitude like President Trump has. That's what this is about in the end. So God bless you all. Thanks for what you're doing. Thanks for coming out on a cold day. We'll see you tomorrow somewhere, hopefully. Take care.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Wisconsin Congressman Derrick Van Orden.
Yeah. I'm going to move this up a little. Listen, Jim Jordan has been one of my greatest friends in Congress since I got there. I'm very thankful for him, and I'm very thankful to come down south here from Wisconsin because it's turning into winter up there, and it's nice to take a little break from that. I'm a retired Navy SEAL senior chief. I did multiple combat tours around the world, and I currently represent the 3rd Congressional District. You're welcome. It's awesome. America's awesome. I represent the district right across from Dubuque, and I'm here today to give my full support and greatest endorsement to President Donald J. Trump. You know why? Because I know a fighter when I see one. And that's what we need right now. We need someone who's going to fight for us, we the people. He fought for this great nation before, and he's the right man at the right time to undo the damage caused by the incompetence and malfeasance of the Biden administration. I just returned from Eagle Pass, Texas. It's my 3rd trip there. And the border is a shocking, unmitigated disaster. At a minimum, there's been 7 million illegal aliens that have entered this country, and the Biden administration does not know where they are or even who many of them are. That is a national security disaster. The Biden administration has lost over 100,000 unaccompanied minors. I'm going to say that again. The Biden administration has lost over 100,000 unaccompanied minors somewhere in the United States, and that is a humanitarian crisis. Fentanyl is the leading cause of death for Americans aged 18 to 45. We know that 90% of that fentanyl comes from over the southern border. That deadly poison that is killing our brothers and sisters, our fathers, and our husbands and wives. There is no one in this room that has not been negatively affected by fentanyl. Nobody. President Trump had that border secure. Crime is rampant across the country in blue states due to the foolish defund the police movement. Guess what? People don't feel safe in their homes or on the streets. President Trump backs the blue. Biden abandoned thousands of American citizens and our allies to terrorists in Afghanistan, and he called it an extraordinary success. Biden has also abandoned Americans in Gaza and is continuing to fund the rogue regime Iran that has gotten us closer to World War III than ever in my lifetime. President Trump has never abandoned an American and is the first president in living history to not get us involved in another foreign conflict. Biden has gutted our military, making the world a much more dangerous place, and he is so disrespected that his own Secretary of Defense didn't bother to tell him that he would be incapacitated for days. The economy under Trump was as strong as it's ever been, with the lowest unemployment rates for our African American and Hispanic brothers and sisters. And under Biden, Americans are having difficulty filling up their gas tank and a grocery cart on the same day. Food, heating, cars, rent, electricity. They've all increased double digits since Biden has taken office, and there's no way I see it getting better with him still in there. President Trump supercharged the economy. He made us an energy powerhouse again, and we were energy independent for the first time in decades under President Trump. Biden has made us dependent on people who hate us for who we are. And the most despicable thing is this. The Biden administration is actively subsidizing child slavery in the Democratic Republic of Congo so that they can have cheap cobalt for the electric car batteries. How many people drove an electric car here today? How many of you got any electric iron in your pole barn? Nothing. President Trump is an all-of-the-above energy producer, and he will help us move responsibly into the future so that our grandchildren can have power also. But I want to tell you something. I want to tell you about the Donald J. Trump that I know. The press doesn't want you to know this. Last year was a very hard time in my family. We lost our oldest daughter to cancer. She was 36 years old with 3 children. And the morning after her funeral, my phone rang from a number from Florida. And I don't know a lot of people in Florida, but I answered it anyway. And it was President Trump. And he just called to offer his most heartfelt condolences. He offered my wife, Sarah Jane, and her newly widowed husband, Chris, his very best. And he talked to me about her children who don't have a mother anymore. There was nothing political in that phone call at all. It was one dad and one grandpa talking to another dad and a grandpa in the most tragic of circumstances in the most tender fashion. And that's the President Trump that I know. That's the President Trump that the left does not want you to know. They want to demonize him, and they don't understand that he is the person that will stand for you in a time of need. He will literally give you the shirt off his back. And he loves his country and his family more than you will ever know. It wasn't easy to get here, I'll be honest. We did trains, planes, and automobiles. There are plenty of folks in a ditch, and I hope they're all okay. But I'll tell you what, I would have taken a dog sled and snowshoes to get here. The reason being is this is the most important election in our lifetime. And it is critical that we have the next president named be Donald J. Trump. So I'm going to ask you, get to your caucuses. Remind the people that you know if they love their country, if they want freedom, if they want prosperity, they have absolutely got to get out and they have to cast their vote for the next president of the United States of America, Donald J. Trump.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage former acting U.S. Attorney General, Matt Whitaker.
How about that for an intro theme music, huh? Iowa, are we ready for I love you. We are ready. Yes. The guy that won the Masters is here in this green jacket. I feel, you know what? This is very exciting because you know what? All I've been doing for the last couple days, just like you, is watching national reporters, fake news, reporting from Iowa saying, oh, it's so cold and this is going to suppress voters. We have this room full and we have an overflow room full and it's only 18 below zero today. Are we hardy, Iowa? Are we going to show up for Donald Trump? Listen, you know what? I know Donald Trump very well, was able to serve in his administration, was able to work with him side by side on the important things that are facing our country. And you know what? I think you in the room are with me when I say, who's going to secure the border when he's president? Who's going to secure the border when he's president? Who's going to make the economy great again? Who's going to end illegal fentanyl coming across our southern border? And who are you caucusing for at 7 p.m. on January 15th? I want to thank everybody for supporting the president, but there's two groups of folks that I want to say especially thank you, a big thank you, and we've seen how important they are to our lives almost every day. And that is, first of all, the men and women of law enforcement. We have your back, and you have our thanks. And second, it's not only our active duty military, but all of our great veterans that serve this country, and we're willing to give the last full measure. Thank you, veterans. So with that, all I can say is, you know what, Iowa, the hay is in the barn. We are ready to caucus for Donald J. Trump. Are you with me? Are you going to caucus for Donald Trump? Are you going to bring your neighbors to caucus for Trump? All right, well, God bless you, and God bless the United States of America. Thank you, my friends.
Hey, Iowa. Unfortunately, today, Americans live in uncertain times. Just 3 short years ago, the United States was a safer, more prosperous nation under the leadership of my father-in-law, President Donald J. Trump. But as difficult as life may be in Joe Biden's America, you all possess a unique opportunity to take the first steps towards changing the direction of our country. Home to the first in the nation caucuses, Iowans enjoy but also a responsibility to examine and select the strongest candidate to defeat Joe Biden next November. It's clear that President Trump is, of course, that candidate, which is why it's critical that every America First patriot participate in the Iowa caucus on Monday, January 15th at 7 p.m. and cast their vote for who else? Donald J. Trump. But for those who may never have participated in a caucus, you might wonder what it is and how you can participate in this incredible tradition. In short, the caucus is a meeting of fellow Republicans held in every voting precinct in Iowa. Friends, family, and neighbors gather in a central meeting location, usually a school, church, or community center, to cast their vote for President of the United States and, of course, to discuss the critical issues facing our nation, of which we know there are many. Thank you, Joe Biden. It's important to note that your caucus location may be different from where you previously voted in other elections, so be sure to look up your caucus site by visiting ia.donaldjtrump.com. On the evening of Monday, January 15th, President Trump's supporters should arrive at their caucus location early at around 6 p.m. When you arrive, don't panic. There may be long lines to register, but those lines are going to move quickly, and once you're in line, you cannot be turned away. All Iowans who are 18 years or older by the date of the general election, which is November 5th, 2024, are eligible to participate in the Republican caucus. If you are a registered Republican, your name will already be on the precinct list. You simply need to show your photo ID to a volunteer. If you are not a registered Republican or are unsure of your registration status, you may register to vote as a Republican at your caucus location. If you choose to register at your caucus location, you must bring a valid photo ID such as a driver's license, military ID, or student ID, and a piece of mail such as a cell phone bill, utility bill, bank statement, or paycheck with your current home address for that voting precinct. After you check in or register to vote at your caucus location, volunteers will direct you to the room or area where your precinct caucus meeting will take place. Additionally, our campaign will have friendly representatives or Trump caucus captains at each location. They are going to be very recognizable because they will have a caucus captain hat and will be on hand to help direct or answer any questions that you may have. Once you gather with others from your precinct, a volunteer will call your caucus meeting to order promptly at 7 p.m. The meeting will begin with the Pledge of Allegiance, and then caucus goers will elect a chairperson to officially run the remainder of the meeting. After a chairperson has been elected, this person will open the meeting to candidate speeches, and each candidate is allowed to be represented by one speaker. Speeches are usually limited to around 3 minutes each. After candidate speeches are finished, volunteers will distribute paper ballots to every voter in that precinct. You will have a moment to complete your ballot and will return it to a volunteer to be counted. What makes the Iowa caucus so special is that the paper ballots are collected and counted in front of all voters in your precinct, ensuring the process is secure and transparent. Not that we think that there was ever a time where voting was not secure and transparent. Wink, wink, nod, nod. After the votes are counted, the results will be announced to all caucus attendees, and that's it. Once caucus goers have cast their vote, they're free to leave. But for those wanting to take the extra step to support President Trump, we urge you to stay and run as delegate to your county Republican convention. We need each and every one of you to take just an hour of your night to support President Trump. Remember to mark your calendars for 7 p.m. on Monday, January 15th, Martin Luther King Jr. Day, because that's the day we're going to start to take America back. The corrupt Washington establishment doesn't want our movement to succeed. President Trump has, of course, a tremendous lead in the polls, but we cannot leave anything to chance. Your participation in the Iowa caucus on January 15th will send a powerful message to the world that the America First movement is stronger and more united than ever. Together, we will win the Iowa caucus, and together, we will make America great again.
Up to President Trump, expected to take the stage at 12 noon. We'll take a quick commercial timeout. We'll be back here, Indianola, Iowa, for Live with President Trump coming up. Stay tuned.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, and I'm here to tell you about my new product from MyPillow, towels that actually work. Watch this absorbency test. Here's another towel that we randomly went out and bought. Here's one of my towels with the nice design. I don't know if you can see this, but you could line a swimming pool with this. I mean, this is crazy. Get rid of it. Towels that actually work. What a concept. I'm interrupting this commercial to let you know you can get our 6-piece My Towels, regular $69.98, now only $29.98. Or you can save 25% on our brand new kitchen towels, made with the same technology as our famous My Towels. Also, we have bath sheets, bath towels, washcloths, hand towels, and so much more. And the best part, with your promo code, your entire order ships absolutely free. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use that promo code to get deep discounts on all My Towels. And for a limited time, your order ships absolutely free.
This is a call to all my fellow Americans to stand up, fired up, and will not let up. To put your foot down and will never lay down, Americans. You're the ones this country needs. To stand up for what you believe in. To wear your pride on your sleeve. This is a call to the ones who put family above fortune and always have their neighbors six. At Pure Talk, we're a wireless company that champions American values. We'll give you a voice, along with unlimited talk, text, and data for only $20 a month. That's less than a burger and fries these days. All on the most dependable 5G network. So stand with us, a proud American company that stands up for and gives back to the people who built this country. People who stand for our flag. People who believe in working hard, not hardly working. So join your fellow Americans and call Pure Talk to get 50% off your first month. This is your calling. It's time to answer.
What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and I have a Christian show called Let It Be Heard, where we analyze culture and current events from a biblical perspective. I highly recommend you guys check us out. We now have episodes every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And basically what happens is we react to videos, we have talking points, we have on guests, and it's very exciting. Come check us out on Rumble on the RSBN channel. God bless you guys.
Right Side Broadcasting is known for panning the crowds, showing the packed arenas, and allowing you to see the truth. They've covered hundreds of rallies, briefings, marches, CPAC, and the historic overturning of Roe v. Wade. Right Side Broadcasting was created in 2015 by our founder, Joe Seals, creating a unique broadcasting experience that allows you to make your own decision rather than force-feeding you an agenda. We don't cut or edit people's words or twist them to fit a particular point of view. We allow our correspondents to be open about their opinions while maintaining journalistic integrity. Your donations and support allow us to continue to be the gold standard in live, unedited event coverage. Your monthly or one-time contributions on our website are crucial in our fight for the truth. Thank you for all of your generous support.
All right, we're back out here live in Indianola, Iowa. Vanessa Broussard, Brian Glenn with you for the pre-show. President Trump expected to take the stage in about 35 minutes. But first of all, I want to talk about our friends over at Pure Talk. Now, the silent majority, we've often heard about this silent majority. We're over it. And the silent majority is making their voices heard. And our friends over at Pure Talk want to make it easier and affordable for you to communicate with your loved ones and also have conservative values as well. And that's why they are making a very special offer right now. And I know traditionally switching cell phone carriers is not something you think about often, but you talk about where your money is going and who's behind that company, it's more important than ever to make sure you spend your money wisely. Our friends over at Pure Talk want to deliver value and service to you. Right now, dial 844-8-PURE-TALK. That's right, 844-8-PURE-TALK. And the information for that is on your screen as they have someone standing by right now to help you make that transition into the Pure Talk environment. And of course, they stand for your values, they stand for your principles, and it's one of these things that we need to really support when a company comes out and says enough of the wokeness, enough of this hidden agenda, enough of the DEI. We need to support companies like Pure Talk. They're a first-time advertiser on with us, and I want to make sure that they get a positive response for that. So go check it out. Our friends over at Pure Talk, they have the 5G network. It's half the price of your other carrier. Why would you not take advantage of this very special offer? Go. The information is on your screen. Pure Talk. Be a U.S. customer. Make a difference. I love companies when they step out and do this, and that's exactly what we need, especially in this space.
I do too. When we hear more about these companies who have the same values and conservative values that we have, makes me want to support them even more. So when I see companies like Pure Talk, it makes me want to jump on board immediately, and hopefully you'll do the same. So go give them a try. As Brian just mentioned, they have a representative standing by, hoping to talk to you. Pure Talk. Give them a shout.
We love them. Okay, let's talk about the farmers. You had some notes because President Trump will talk about this often during his speech, that he did so much for the farmers here in Iowa and throughout the country, and that there's no way those farmers are not going to step up and vote for President Trump this caucus.
Right. He is a friend to the farmers. Iowa is really where he kicked off his Farmers for Trump initiative with those big green tractors, and the farmers were there supporting him. Right now, 200 Iowa farmers have endorsed President Trump in this Iowa caucus. When he was in office, I'll just read a few notes right here. The list goes on, but real quickly, he negotiated more than 50 trade agreements for the farmers, provided $30 billion to support the farmers and the ranchers during COVID-19, $30 billion during the pandemic for the farmers. He also authorized more than $4 billion for the Innovative Farmers to Families Food Box program. President Trump knows how vital the farmers are for America, also for the farmers and their families to stay in business. So he works hard for them, and the farmers know that, and they want him back in office.
Yeah, it's one of the things he said to the farmers is, when I get in office, get ready to buy a bigger tractor and more land and reinvest in your farm. That's exactly what he has done. Of course, we heard from Whitaker, former acting attorney general, talking about which, by the way, played football here in Iowa, so he's always a fan favorite, that how much he's done for Iowans, and that this is, Iowa has a long history of the caucus. 1972 is when it was first rolled out. It's always been the first indicator of who would take the commanding lead in any GOP race. And, of course, this year, I think President Trump, in my personal opinion, is going to break that 18-point percentage lead that was set, I believe, by Bob Dole. I got to get facts straight on that. But he is here. He is running, and I think by the looks of the people that's inside here, and even an overflow, Vanessa, the people have turned out despite these frigid temperatures, which I think on record, this is the coldest caucus on record that we've had.
Oh, I believe that, definitely. And, talking about the people here inside, they are really close, squished in to see President Trump, but there's still a line outside of people hoping to come in, standing in negative temperatures in the snow, hoping to get a glimpse of President Trump. But it's not just here. President Trump landed in Iowa yesterday, and he's made several stops visiting with the people who are caucusing for him, caucus captains. And I've been seeing video on Truth Social of President Trump making appearances, and the people are there supporting him. So it doesn't matter what kind of temperatures we're facing here in Iowa. They're out and about today hoping to see President Trump, which is a great indicator for tomorrow. Proves to me, Brian, that they're going to go out and caucus despite these harsh conditions.
Yeah, and I've got sources that tell me that he was spotted in his motorcade leaving Des Moines Airport, headed here from the downtown area. So going about 30 miles an hour. Now granted, the highways, the streets are cleared for the most part, but we do expect him here on an on-time arrival today. So if you look also what's going on in the world right now, we have with all these foreign wars that's been going on, of course, President Trump likes to talk about that there was no new foreign wars under his administration. Matter of fact, we didn't lose a service member during his time, and that has not been the case. Foreign policy has not been Joe Biden's best page that he's had to play out of his playbook.
No, absolutely not. We are on the brink of World War III. There are wars going on. People are scared. It's dangerous out there. Americans who are overseas are concerned. We see that. We hear about that. We've seen the death toll and from the Hamas terrorist attacks just skyrocket. Very hard to see and watch what's going on over there with the war with Israel. And Brian, it makes you wonder who's actually in control, who's calling the shots when you think about President Biden not knowing what's going on with the wars. You have a top administrator in the hospital while all this is going on. Nobody knew he was there, or did anybody know he was there? It's just chaos in the administration.
Yeah, it is chaos, but there is strength through leadership, and there's strength through force, and that's what President Trump had during his administration. These foreign leaders and these terrorists, Vanessa, they didn't want to cross President Trump during his administration. That when he said something, and just like what Jim Jordan said earlier, he'll follow through with it. He'll do just what he says he's going to do, and I think that's what we've lost as a country. And I think that, honestly, Vanessa, that's why so many independents see the future with President Trump rather than a weak opponent like Joe Biden. They know exactly what has happened. You and I both seen these videos online of people in New York City talking about how they're definitely Joe's got to go, and they're definitely going to vote for President Trump, but they've seen it. Even people who have never been politically minded, they've never really got involved, they see the difference between Joe Biden's America and President Trump's America. It's crystal clear.
Yeah, it's a huge difference, night and day difference. I think Fox News was just in the Bronx the other day talking to residents on the street there, and they were all pro-Trump. Everyone that they talked to was pro-Trump in the Bronx. They were saying that Joe Biden is a terrible president, that they're struggling under the Joe Biden presidency, and they want to vote for Trump and put Trump back in office. So really, no matter where you go in the country, people are seeing the difference because it's hitting their pocketbooks, it's hitting their safety. They're concerned for their safety, for them and their families. It's, like I said just a minute ago, there's no better word than chaotic right now. It's chaotic.
And then the economy. I'm going to go over some numbers here that was just given to me earlier today. Since President Biden has taken office back in January of 2020. I guess
17.
one. That would
2021,
be, yeah,
yes.
rent has gone up 19%. Energy prices have gone up 31%. Fuel, which we all know, that's the lowest hanging fruit in my opinion, 43% since he took office. Gas is up 34%. And also groceries is up 20%. Now, basically overall, if you take an average of 17.26%, your family is paying more to live in Iowa than they did under the Trump administration. These are hard facts here from the Department of Commerce and Department of Energy. So it is costing you more to just live day to day than it did under the Trump administration.
And look at the trickle effect as well. You have not just the grocery stores, but you have these small business owners who may own a restaurant or a clothing boutique. And so if people can't afford groceries, or if they can't afford to go out to eat, not only by themselves because the price is so high just for one person to eat, think of a family of 4. And so they can't go out to this restaurant, or they can't go out to this boutique and maybe, buy a new jacket for their child in these cold temperatures. And so then who struggles? Not only is the family struggling because they can't afford it, then the small business owner is struggling to keep their doors open because they don't have any customers. And so it's just a trickle effect all the way around. So I'm seeing a lot, Brian, whenever I log on the internet, small businesses are shutting down left and right under the Biden administration because they can't afford to stay open.
Well, if they made it through COVID, which was a miracle, then they had to survive the post-COVID era. So now they get out of COVID, then inflation hits them. So it is a 1-2 punch for the small business. But you're right. I mean, that is a backbone of America. There's more small businesses in America than major corporations. So that is the backbone. The middle class is the backbone. The working class is the backbone of this country. And under the current conditions, those two sectors are getting crushed. I do want to talk about, before President Trump comes on, it is local time 11:35, scheduled to come on at 12. I think he's a little early today because I know the motorcade was heading to here from the Des Moines area. So I do anticipate an on-time arrival. But one of the things that is often asked post-vaccine period is, how do I get this spike protein out of my system? Now, Marjorie Taylor Greene just this past week on Friday had a special vaccine hearing on the effects of the vaccine, and they talked about this spike protein that is left in your body. It's almost like the genesis, if you will, of the residual effect of these vaccines. And Dr. Peter McAuliffe has developed this special formula to help remove the spike protein from your body. And I'm telling you right now, I don't know if you missed that broadcast on Friday, but if you did, somehow between when this one's over and Monday, watch that. It was very, very interesting. And some of the things they talked about is some of the things I'm going to tell you about right now. But he's got this spike support formula. There's a unique combination of targeted ingredients that have been researched to block and dissolve this COVID spike protein that's left in your body. The information is called MakeCareGreatAgain.com. What a great website for something like this. Yeah. MakeCareGreatAgain.com. Go get it. Don't forget to use that special promo code to make sure you receive a discount, though. So go check it out as we get that done. Also, don't forget about the emergency wellness kit they have as well.
I just ordered mine. It came in yesterday.
I love it. So if you need something and it's an emergency, Dr. Peter McAuliffe has that as well. Mm-hmm. And, of course, I like to say keep one in your home, your office, and your car, because it treats everything from a bug bite to COVID. It's got ivermectin in there and everything in between. So go check it out there as well. Couple great products. But the emergency kit, go check it out. It makes a great gift. You said you just got one. You have it with you. And, don't you feel in a way that in case something was to happen, you have something here?
Yes, and it's Dr. Peter McCullough. I trust him thoroughly. So he's worked with President Trump and has treated President Trump. So he has come up with this to help Americans. And, yes, like you said, I feel comfortable now knowing that if me or a family member were to get sick, or if there's another pandemic, I have this emergency kit right here with me at all times that I can use for that if the the case arises. So, yeah, it's comfort in knowing there's something there.
There you go. Check out that emergency medical kit. The information for that is on your screen. Okay, so we talked about the price of energy, the price of food, everything like that. What about the price of our freedom right now? And we see that our Constitution is constantly being violated. Our rights are being violated. Just what they did during the lockdowns and after COVID, everybody went crazy and you couldn't go to school. You couldn't. Our kids are now years behind as far as their education goes. They are just falling behind because of, I think, these unconstitutional mandates, which is something a lot of times that is brought up on the campaign trail, Vanessa, about DeSantis and Nikki Haley, how they reacted to the COVID.
And that, Brian, in all honesty, in my opinion, I think that's a tough one because
no one knew.
No one knew. And this was a sickness that the world had never seen before. Right. And so when the entire world is shut down for weeks, everyone's trying to figure out, everyone's scrambling, everyone's trying to make the best decision. And so some did this and some did that. And so, yeah, you're absolutely right. No one knew. And so that's a tough one.
It is a tough one.
Yes.
But
I do give kudos to states like Florida and Texas who opened and got the kids back in school versus and people back to work versus places like California who were shut down for months afterwards. And so, yes, children were losing that education. But back to what you were saying, too, Brian, about our kids and the cost of freedom and not being educated. I feel like kids these days, and this may be up to the parents to watch, they're more educated on TikTok than they are from their textbooks.
Yeah.
And that needs to be reversed. They know more about Taylor Swift than they do about algebra. And so we need to flip that. As parents, it is our is our job to make sure that our children, like, they're not teaching this in China. They're teaching math and science and computer and engineering, and we're teaching, Taylor Swift is at the latest Chiefs game, right? And so what's
or
that
the latest dance phrase or something like that.
Yes, and so it is up to us to make sure that we get back on track, have a little fun on the side, but work comes first. And for kids, work that does come first is their schooling.
Well, unfortunately, these kids are getting their education from the University of TikTok, which I don't subscribe to, nor do I go to college of Instagram. And unfortunately, that's the mindset of the American teenager versus what has been imposed on these kids in China, which is an education. And not just China, but you do see around the country they put more emphasis on learning engineering, mathematics, their language, instead of diversity hiring, or instead of like a victimhood 101, is what I like to call it, in college. We'll step aside real quickly and we'll kind of let you see who's what the crowd looks like in here. We can only pan so far, but we did want to get you an idea of what it looks like. I know the pull camera is here. I want to bring in Catherine Cipher. See if we can scream at Catherine real quick. We'll get her in here real quick as we can, as it looks like we're getting closer and closer to showtime here, and as we, all right, we're going to get situated here. As you can tell, a lot going on behind us. The pull camera just got here, which is a great indication that if the pull camera is here, so is the president. So we're going to be standby. I'm going to bring Catherine with me. We probably have just a few more minutes. Jim Jordan talked about he lists off things that the president did, and he did. Now, I told her that speech, which I've heard before, is the #1 viewed video on my Instagram, has over almost 600,000 views on it because people resonate with that. Promises made, promises kept.
And I actually wrote some of them down. He went through cut taxes, reduced regs, built the wall. He put conservative justices in. He built the Embassy of Jerusalem, brought jobs back to the U.S., defeated terrorists, unleashed American oil potential and natural gas potential. And I think that it's just he knew what he was talking about. He came to the American people with solutions and with policies that he knew that he could enact on day one, and that's what he did over the past 4 years.
And I think that's why people enjoyed him so much, that he didn't just give promises and that they just faded out. I think the Jerusalem is a big one because Bush, everyone did it. Everyone said, every Republican president said it, but yet it was President Trump that actually followed through on that, which is great. Tonight, we're going to hear a very inspiring message, despite what many people in the media might say, that people are turned off by the temperatures. Or for whatever reason, they're not going to come out. By the look of this room, and I saw the fire marshal walking around earlier, and I don't think they're going to put another able body in this place. I think it's absolutely packed.
No, they can, and they have 2 rooms outside of this room where they have folks watching as well. So it is completely packed. I walked downstairs and folks were saying, can you just give me a sign, a yard sign? And so
anything.
People are excited. I think that President Trump has shown us just, even yesterday in his speech that he gave, he's fiery, he's magnanimous, he's ready to go. He knows that he can do this, he's got this, and he needs the American people to back him up now, and the rest will go from there.
Yeah, and we've talked about the issues that are most concerning to people, and of course, national security. For one, right now, I'm more concerned about the national security threat in this country because of the open border. I know that with AFPI, you guys got people that study this and really look at their data and the research, and I'm kind of a data guy. I want facts, I want numbers, and we've shown that this country is not as safe as it was under the Trump administration.
And the open border crisis, what comes with it, there's so much. It's the human trafficking element. It's the fentanyl, the illegal fentanyl that's coming across the border, killing tens of thousands of our nation's children. And I think that Donald Trump, when he was in office, he was ahead of it a little bit by showing us and bringing attention to the opioid crisis in this country. And what that has led to now with the open borders is we have people dying. We have children buying fentanyl on social media platforms. And you have, in addition to that, you have the Hezbollah issue that's in the country right now. And it's a serious attack or verbal attack that has been issued on the American people, and we don't have a leader that is willing to step up and make sure that the American people are safe. And you know where those people are coming in from. It's not an airplane. They're coming in through that open border.
Yeah, I made an analogy yesterday how a MAX 737 MAX 9, the door can get blown off of that, and the next day we have the FAA grounding every 737 MAX 9 for inspection, but yet we can have 300 people a day die of a overdose from fentanyl. We've had obviously the crime on the border, but yet we have government agencies who have done nothing to solve that problem. So we have 2 agencies. One's efficient, and the other one is insufficient for solving the problem.
Yeah, and I think that, the wall, it goes past the wall. Building the wall, not building the wall. If you're not willing to implement the laws in this country, it doesn't matter. Joe Biden does not support law enforcement. He's made that very clear. He does not support border patrol. He ended up throwing the issue over to his do-nothing vice president, who's shown us she doesn't care about the American people. We basically had to beg her to go down and look at the border and see what was actually happening down there and hear from people.
Yeah, and what's interesting is people in these inner cities, and I was talking to Vanessa about this, there's more videos that come out of this man on the street type deal where they're talking to people in the Bronx, they're talking to people in Chicago, they're talking to people, not as much in Los Angeles yet, because I don't think, although I do think that's coming, but New York in particular, people are done with the lies of the Democratic Party. They're done with the lies that Trump's a racist or he's xenophobic or how he handled COVID and stopping flow from China. Remember that when he stopped planes and people freaked out about that. But people that I think traditionally have not been engaged in politics, particularly here in Iowa, are going to move that way, Catherine. I think that's why you're seeing his numbers so big.
Yeah, you saw I think it was yesterday or 2 days ago, there was a Democratic Assemblywoman in New York who was saying that what's going on in the schools with them pushing out tax-paying families, children out of the schools to support the immigrants. It's unprecedented what is happening in our country. You have a White House that's completely silent on it. You have a president who in the last 19 days has done 2 public appearances, and then he's running on saving democracy. And in 2023, he was on vacation for 183 days.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable that we are in this place as a country, and you have a White House that's completely silent. Meanwhile, you also have the press secretary going out and telling us, no, there's nothing to see. Men can have babies. Test scores in the country are not down. That's a lie from the Republican Party. The borders are fine. We're letting people in, and we're saving them from very bad situations. We're not trying to put men in women's sports. The list goes on of what they're saying, and it's a distraction.
Have they ever accepted responsibility for anything? And it doesn't matter what conflict comes up. She's asked the questions and she diverts, flips through her little book, looks for her standard response to it, and then reads and says the president has made it clear. And just fill in the blank. Apparently he's made it clear on every issue that's happening, but I don't really know what that clear means. He doesn't really answer the questions, or she doesn't answer the questions, and he doesn't address the problems. We just get excuse after excuse after excuse. But you know what, Catherine? Keep it up, because the independents are shifting over to President Trump faster than Democrats are gaining votes from the southern border.
Yeah, and look at what he's done from a war front. Look at what we've got going on in Ukraine. Look at what we have going on. Just everywhere that you turn, it's pure and utter chaos. Even inside of our country, the rising crime rates. It's really unfortunate for the American people.
Yeah, the crime's a big issue. They always talk about what is probably the most common, if you've got a family, what's most important to you? I think it's law and order. Because if you don't have law and order, you can't necessarily go to school, can't necessarily go to work, you can't necessarily go outside and interact with your family in a community if you don't feel safe. And what has happened over the last 3 years is Joe Biden has, and it started with George Floyd, to be honest with you. It started with the whole circus. It has been the police have been demonized. They have been weaponized. The funding has been cut. And quite honestly, if you're a police officer, you're almost scared to do your job in fear of something to happen. Let's go ahead. Can you get a shot of that or not? If you can't get a clean shot of it, I don't want to show it. Okay, let's go ahead. Let's step aside for this great video that they often play. We're live here in Iowa.
Work all day, fight the Marxists, eat supper, then go to the Oval Office and stay past midnight at a meeting of the heads of state. So God made Trump. I need somebody with arms, strong enough to rustle the deep state, and yet gentle enough to deliver his own grandchild. Somebody to ruffle the feathers, tame cantankerous World Economic Forum, come home hungry, have to wait until the First Lady is done with lunch with friends, then tell the ladies to be sure and come back real soon, and mean it. So God gave us Trump. I need somebody who can shape an axe, but wield a sword, who had the courage to step foot in North Korea, who can make money from the tar of the sand, turn liquid to gold, who understands the difference between tariffs and inflation, will finish his 40-hour week by Tuesday noon, but then put in another 72 hours. So God made Trump. God had to have somebody willing to go into the den of vipers, call out the fake news for their tongues as sharp as a serpent's. The poison of vipers is on their lips, and yet stop. So God made Trump. God said, I need somebody who will be strong and courageous, who will not be afraid or terrified of the wolves when they attack, a man who cares for the flock, a shepherd to mankind who won't ever leave nor forsake them. I need the most diligent worker to follow the path and remain strong in faith and know the belief of God and country. Somebody who's willing to drill, bring back manufacturing and American jobs, farm the lands, secure our borders, build our military, fight the system all day, and finish a hard week's work by attending church on Sunday. And then his oldest son turns and says, Dad, let's make America great again. Dad, let's build back a country to be the envy of the world again. So God made Trump.
see at the rally, God Made Trump. And that was a video when they first released it. I noticed a lot of criticism on social media about that video. I think it's great that they air that, and so it's one of those things that, you know what, why not, right?
Yeah, I love it, and I think it just adds to the excitement. It looks like there's a lot of commotion going on, so it seems like we could probably have him on here any minute.
Yeah, let's actually step aside, and we'll just let you take a look at the podium as we're live here in Indianola, Iowa. Now, it has been a kind of a couple busy days as far as travel is concerned. Obviously, we've had some flight delays getting in, and a lot of people having to come in from different means to get here. But the weather has cleared. Yes, it's cold. Yes, the temperatures are around. The wind chill feels like is around maybe negative 35, negative 40. But that has not seemed to affect anyone today.
No,
as I was
not.
a little skeptical this morning at preset at 6 a.m. how many people would actually show up today. But now, hey, what am I? I keep getting fooled by this. Doesn't mean if it's rain, shine, cold, or hot, they're going to come out.
Right, and I think these Iowans are used to it. They know how to dress. They know how to prepare. As the House representative had said to you earlier, I think that the biggest concern at this point is just going to be the seniors and making sure that they can get to the polls safely. But, in Iowa, even just last night, they had the women's NCAA game, and there was a turnout of 13,000 people. So Iowans are not scared of this. They've been through it before, and I think it's all just speculation and something for the media to talk about.
Yeah, exactly. And to one of the points I saw earlier was the enthusiasm level of each of the candidates. And, we've often heard that Trump supporters will walk through glass to go vote for him. I don't see that level of enthusiasm under a Haley supporter or DeSantis supporters. I've often, when I've come across either one of those supporters, I do notice there is a lackluster of overwhelming support for them. Either they like them because for whatever reason they dislike President Trump on usually a single policy issue. It's not overall. It's a single policy discrepancy why they don't support him. But President Trump's overwhelming enthusiasm is something that I have not seen in this recent political memory of having somebody come forward and for public office.
Well, and it's not just what you see in here. We've got 2 overflow rooms with folks that are wanting to just be in the same building as President Trump. I don't think that I know that you do not see the same excitement, like you said, for Nikki Haley or DeSantis. If you remember a few months back, they even had a couple of back of the room photos of a DeSantis rally or a DeSantis speech. They could barely even fill the room a quarter full. With President Trump, I mean, you have to have overflow room after overflow room with folks just wanting to be in the same building.
Yeah, that's all it is. All right, we're live here. Vanessa Broussard, Catherine Cipher, Brian Glenn here. As I've been told we're on time. We've been told we're on time. Local time right now, 11:56, 4 minutes before the top of the hour. Glad you're joining us as always. Don't forget to share, like, and subscribe across the social media platforms so that you can stay informed. After today, our attention shifts straight to New Hampshire primary, the first primary in the nation. So obviously we've got about 5 or 6 back-to-back dates there in New Hampshire, and we'll have full coverage of that as well. So we come out of the caucus, we go straight into the primary. The Trump team's hoping to be 2-0 by the end of next weekend in terms of the first early elections for the GOP primary.
Yeah, and I know there's a lot of speculation as to what the polling numbers look like in New Hampshire. Can he pull it off? Is it going to be Nikki Haley? But I just think that again, is the media trying to create a little bit of confusion amongst the Trump supporters. And we've got folks, I don't know what they're yelling for, but
it's an attempt to yell Trump, but I think people are too cold right now. Maybe there are too many jackets around them right now. That was not the best attempt I've heard for the chant, but it takes a couple people to kind of get on. But to your point, the attention that this race is getting so early.
Yep.
I know back in 2020. With the re-election, it seems like there was energy, but President Trump will often talk about this time around, there's more energy in the America First MAGA movement pro-Trump movement than it was in 2020 on the re-election.
Yeah, well, of course there is. There's a record to run off of. There is proof of what he is capable of doing in office, and so of course there is. And going back to the the New Hampshire piece, I think that the momentum is just going to keep on building up. You're going to go down to South Carolina, where the biggest opponent seems to be her home state, Nikki Haley, former governor, and we'll see what happens. But I do not have any. I have complete and full faith in the Trump supporters, the Trump base, that they will turn out for him. And we'll be making our way to November. And I think in the Trump campaign's mind right now, they're already in the general election. This is Trump versus Biden. That's it.
Yeah.
We need to stop, trying to act like it's anything other than that at this point.
Yeah, it is ahead. And I'm not so sure Joe Biden is the nominee for the Democratic Party moving forward. And I don't mean that it is any kind of joke, but I certainly don't believe that I'm not 100% sure that it will be him, because I don't think that their approval ratings, as low as they are. Look, if you got 81 million votes, the most votes for any president election at that time, but then you go 3 years later, it's the lowest approval rating in modern presidential history. I'm not sure he's your nominee.
Yeah, I mean, look, it does not take any sort of medical degree or any sort of expertise to know that Joe Biden is getting old. He can't get around. He can barely make it up the steps. I think even Republicans at this point are holding their breath watching him go up the stairs, because we know the reality of it is China's watching. The world is watching. And every single moment they're waiting for this guy to fall and make a mockery out of the United States and our president.
Yeah, I was in Costa Rica over the holidays, and I was talking to a couple of people there, and they said, look, the eyes of the world are on this election, because Costa Rica is a socialist country, but it is a Christian-based country, and they have extremely high taxes, and they have things that we don't necessarily agree with. But what they do agree with is law and order, and structure, and diplomacy, and borders, actually. And so, other countries are watching this election, and I think as we get closer to the election, perhaps late spring, early summer, you're going to see a lot more foreign press get involved with all this as well. Of course, all this, the media riser right now is absolutely packed. We've got people everywhere, but this is nothing to what it's going to be like July of 2024 coming up this summer when we're in the heat of it.
Yep. Light is at the end of the tunnel. Hang tight, Trump supporters. Hang tight to the Maga base, because we are ready to go, and Donald Trump is ready to go.
Yeah. All right. As also a reminder, go sign up for our newsletter, rsbnetwork.com/newsletter, rsbnetwork.com/newsletter. Subscribe. It's absolutely free. You'll get special offers, exclusive articles that you can't find anywhere. So go check it out, rsbnetwork.com/newsletter. And don't forget to donate as well. I mean, we've got a great platform there for people to do a one-time donation, a reoccurring donation. It's all right there. It's very safe. And of course, we've had some great partners for today, but our biggest partner is our viewer. That's how we got started in all this. We were just this small little company, basically covering Trump as he came down the escalator there at Trump Tower, and we have evolved into so much more than that. So, and it's really through the dedication and commitment through our viewers. And so we want to appreciate everyone who's donated. So just go to rsbnetwork.com. You can sign up for our newsletter, and you can donate right there online. Very important to do that. Also, you can follow us across the board on social media, across at RSBN, across all of the main social media platforms. We're all there. And make big special thanks to Rumble. I know back in the day, post-election, January 6th, we couldn't say certain things and without getting deplatformed, and Rumble's been great for that.
Yeah, and I think what we talked about a little bit yesterday is just that there's no alternative to the loud mainstream media to know what Trump is doing, and you guys have provided a place for people to see for themselves what's going on. You have great behind-the-scenes footage. You cover everything in a fair and complete way for the president, and it's what he deserves.
Yeah, absolutely. And when it comes to free speech, I really think that free speech will be a bigger platform issue coming up this summer. Yes, it is now, but I think as the election goes on and then more and more things come out, not only about Joe Biden, but Hunter Biden and the Biden crime family, you're going to see people get deplatformed, silenced for spreading misinformation. The music has stopped. Let's listen in to see if this is an announcement here. A little bit of a You never know these when we get right on time. So I think freedom of speech is going to be a big thing coming up this summer.
Especially for Trump supporters and organizations like yours. The America First Policy Institute just last week, it's a group of policy experts that worked for the Trump administration. They had their Instagram taken down over a post that was essentially comparing Hunter Biden's lack of complying with his subpoena to Peter Navarro and Steve Bannon, because as you might remember, both of those gentlemen, they received jail time for not complying. And so where is the DOJ with Hunter? I don't think that we'll ever see them, and we'll see if the House decides that they want to vote on actually holding him in contempt. But if they do, I hope that recommendation goes up to the DOJ and they actually do something about this.
Well, he just shows up. He shows up unannounced. It wasn't a hearing for him. It was a markup session on Hunter Biden. So he decided he would show up with his cameras. Did a huge publicity stunt. That's all this was a PR stunt.
Yeah.
And but if he wants to come back and do a closed-door deposition and have a transcript and go on the record and then do a public hearing, I think that is the protocol, and that's exactly what Don Jr. and everyone else has done.
Well, he's Hunter Biden. He thinks that he can do whatever he gets. He can do. He can choose where it is and how it takes place, and nobody else gets that same grace given to them. But it's because he's Hunter Biden, and I would not be the least bit surprised if we end up seeing footage of that walkout on his new documentary that he's doing. I mean, this is purely done for entertainment purposes to help him continue to rebuild his name, or so he thinks. And then you have Jill Biden going out with a softball interview with Mika Brzezinski, and she's saying, "Oh, feel bad for him. He's a 53-year-old man. He's not a 16-year-old making mistakes." Do not be fooled by that. And I'm sick and tired of people acting like, he's a victim. He's a victim. No, he's behind so much of what has gone on in this country with the weaponization of government, and he's shown us exactly who this administration is when it comes to treating the left the same way they do the right.
Yeah, and I tell you what, I hope they got video of him running out.
Yeah.
As soon as Marjorie Taylor Greene started to ask him a question.
Exactly.
And of course, and to be honest with you, him leaving the conference like that was one of the greatest gifts he could give to Republicans, because it just kind of proved that he was 100% afraid of facing tough questions. So he might have thought he was being cute by doing that, but in my opinion, it only helped Republicans in their case against him, that he thinks he's above the law.
Well, we'll see if the House is willing to actually do something about this, because I will say I'm a little bit disappointed in the amount that we've actually held the Biden family accountable for what they're doing. I mean, let's remember the pictures that he was drawing, or the paintings that he did. I mean, Hunter Picasso Biden, I guess is what we should call him, because did you know he's an artist too that sells his paintings to China?
Yeah. And actually, if I'm not mistaken, I don't want to say this, but I have some information about who was buying his paintings and their relationship with the White House. And I don't want to speculate on that because I don't want to misspeak. But who he was selling those paintings to are very suspicious. So all of that. But anyway, we're live here in Indianola, Iowa, awaiting President Trump. And really, any minute now, we've been told by the Trump campaign that this will start on time. This will be as close to, I guess, 12 o'clock Central Time as we can get. I've got Mac Whitaker walking through, taking some pictures and talking to some of the folks here. Of course, he is from Iowa. He is a college football legend, I guess you could say, here in Iowa. So a lot of people in here obviously know about him. But, when you look at what is the Trump brand, the Trump brand actually sells stuff. Hang on, you might want to. They actually sell. They have hotels, they have a branding, they have golf course, they have results. The Biden brand, not quite sure exactly what the Biden brand makes, unless you call that government influence. And perhaps that's what it is.
And that's exactly right. And just remember, I mean, President Trump, when he was in office, he was not looking to get rich by any means. And I think he was very transparent with giving people access to the numbers that they wanted, or whatever access that they wanted to his businesses. And do you remember when Congress threw an absolute fit because he was actually selling rooms to White House staff and the Secret Service for a discounted rate so that they didn't have to stay 15, 20, 30 minutes down the road. He wanted to be able to provide rates to them so that they could actually be where, his property is, and that he could, make sure that he was taking care of the people that take care of him. And Congress said, absolutely not. You can't do that. You cannot sell those rooms to them. And it's like, you just see everything that Joe Biden gets away with, and it really makes you wonder where the rule of law is.
Well, when you look at the Department of Treasury and what they found out with the SARS reports, the suspicious activity reports and all the evidence, the bank records. I mean, I'd love to hear Jamie Raskin go on and talk about, where's the evidence? Where's the evidence? Well, we've got bank statements that link the Bidens to this money laundering scheme they've got. They just don't want to look at the evidence. They want to deflect and spin it off.
Yeah.
But I just can't imagine Democrats right now being in favor of a Joe Biden 2024 presidency or moving forward. I don't know what you get out of it. You're losing. They're losing the progressive. I mean, when you got a sign that says Joe got to go that outside of the White House yesterday, and interviewing a lot of people out there that said they would never vote for Joe Biden again, he's losing the very people that put him in the office right now.
Well, his campaign spokesperson, Dr. Jill Biden, she is telling us that he's running. So, that's what we're hearing from his team right now, and it seems to be the most
Here we go. Let's
clear
kick this thing
message
off.
we're getting.
Please welcome to the next president of the United States.
From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, Detroit down to Houston, and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say.
You have to see what's outside. We have a lot of people here. This is
any indication, the storm has had zero effect. Zero effect. This is tremendous. Well, as they say, you're very hardy people. I've heard that. You're hardy people. We like hardy people. And hello, Iowa, one day from now, we're going to win. Iowa's first in the nation caucuses. We kept you first in the nation. It's a victory that will echo throughout the country and all around the world. Tomorrow, January 15th, I need each and every one of you to get out. Everybody, you get out, just get out and vote. You got to bring your friend. You know, we say plus 10, so plus 10 or plus 2 or plus 20, but bring them all out because we have to set the stage for November. We have the most corrupt, most incompetent president in the history of our country. He's destroying our country, and we have to get it done quickly. We have to get it done quickly. We have to set the stage, and it really begins tomorrow at 7 o'clock. The caucuses start sharp, but if you could be there at 6:30, they tell me it's better because you have to be there by 7, so get there a little bit early. But it's cold, but it was cold out today, too, and we have lots of people outside that can't get in. Should we let them in? Would anybody like to give up their place to let them in? I know Jim Jordan, I think, would do it because he's such a nice man. Hi, Jim. So dress warmly tomorrow night. And by the way, it's all inside. Everything's inside, but you have to get from the car or whatever you happen to be driving into the set, but it's all indoors, so you're not going to have to worry about that. The caucus will be filled with a lot of great people. I say if you're single, you'll probably meet your future husband or wife. You'll definitely make some friends, and you'll say hello to a lot of people you haven't seen in a while. No, it's really a great scene. When the concept of caucus works, it's great. When it doesn't work, as the Democrats showed you last time, not too good, right? It's not too good. It's a mess. But by the way, they deserted Iowa. You know, they deserted you. They decided to go a different way, which is crazy. I was honored. Jim Jordan called me. It was very important that we stay. He's from a different place, and he felt just the history of Iowa, right? The history of Iowa was very important that it stay here. But nobody had to call me because I made the commitment, and we kept you first in the nation. As long as I have anything to say about it, and that we have a good chance of staying for 4 years. We'll have a lot to say about it, 4 years and beyond. You're going to be first in the nation. So brave the weather and go out and save America, because that's what you're doing. This is really about saving our country. Remember, your caucus location is often different from where you normally vote. So you can find all of the information you need at ia.donaldjtrump, whoever that may be, .com, okay? And with your vote, we're going to defeat crooked Joe Biden. We're going to take back our country. We're going to make America great again. Since 2016, you and I have been in this battle side by side and together, and we've been taking on the entire corrupt system in Washington like no one has ever done before. I had no idea it was this corrupt. It's really bad. It's bad. We got rid of Comey. I did a lot of things. This is a man right there that, no, we did a lot of things. Getting rid of Comey was a great thing. That was a wonderful thing for our country. And lucky we did. We might not be standing here right now. They had some bad plans, but that didn't work out too well for them. And now, look at us. We're leading. By the way, we're leading in the polls by a lot, not just this poll. We're leading nationally. One just came out. We're at 71 to 9 and 11. You ever notice the fake news? They go, Haley is surging. She went from 8 to 11. I went from 66 to 71. And DeSantis went down 2. So she overtook him by 1 at 11. And the story is, Haley surges. I'm at 71. She's at 11. I went up more points than her. And the funny thing, you know, I don't have so many points to gain, right? It's that I don't have the same vast wealth of points to gain. The headline, Haley surges. Trump's doing okay, too. From the beginning, they've been throwing everything at us, the never-ending steam of, and really just a system of high-energy steam. It's hoaxes, it's witch hunts, it's lies, and horrendous abuses of power. From Russia, 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 you remember that? Yeah, please sit down. Hey, look, you know what? We have so much time today. There's no football game that anybody wants to watch. There's nothing. We got a lot of time today. Should we do the long version or the short version? Should we do the snake later? Because it's so appropriate. It's so appropriate, right, for what's happening to our country. But abuses of power from Russia, remember that con job? To Ukraine, to defund the police, to their 2020 election rigging scam like our country has never seen before. We did much better in 2020 than we did in 2016. It's pretty amazing. Got more votes than any sitting president in history. Think of that. We lost by a whisker, just by a little whisker. Those printing presses were moving that night. To their war, well, this is the biggest thing we have to worry about, and we have to fight, and we have to watch, and you have to stay there all night and watch that nothing is shipped in late at night. And we got to watch. It's not going to be like with the COVID. It's not going to be like COVID was a bad thing in so many ways, but they use COVID to cheat. They cheat anyway, but they use COVID to really cheat because they had to go a long way to their war on free speech, right up until trying to jail their number one political opponent, me. My parents never had this in mind for me. They're looking down, they're saying, my son's been indicted 4 times. They didn't know what the word indictment means, neither did I. What does indictment mean? I got indicted more than the late great gangster Alphonse Capone. You ever hear of Al Capone, Scarface? He killed people. If he went to dinner, even with like a guy like Dan Gable, you don't get tougher than Dan Gable. The guy had the greatest wrestler. And even Jim says the greatest in the history of our country. But if he went to work and had dinner and didn't like Dan Gable, by the morning, Dan Gable was gone. Forget it. Al Capone. Al Capone was indicted 1 time, Billy. I've been indicted 4 times because I said the election was rigged. And I was right. Do you ever notice they don't go after the people that rigged the election? They go after the people that question the integrity of the election. Nobody got indicted for spying on my campaign. Nobody got indicted for rigging the election, just for looking into it. Now, we're changing things around. These caucus, I've never seen spirit like we have now. It's more, no, really, and this is a big part of it. They said if they didn't use lawfare, they call it lawfare, they call it weaponization, where you go after your political opponent, you use the Justice Department, the FBI, you go after your political. Do you think this is fun? Actually, do you think it's fun? It's not fun, but we're getting our point across because we have a crooked country in so many different ways. It's so dishonest. We need borders and we need fair elections. Those are the 2 primary things. Everything else can straighten itself out, but we got to have strong borders, so we have to have fair and free elections, or we don't have a country. But these caucuses are your personal chance to score the ultimate victory over all of the liars, cheaters, thugs, perverts, frauds, crooks, freaks, creeps, and other quite nice people. That's a mouthful. That's a mouthful. But some of them are wonderful people, I'm sure. Remember that one? But some of them are nice. That was good. That was the one piece I should have left out of that first speech, right? But some of them are okay. The Washington swamp has done everything in its power to take away your voice, but tomorrow is your time to turn on them and to say and speak your mind and to vote. And we're going to take this country back. We're going to make it greater than ever before. Once you set foot in that caucus site, the entire world will be listening to you, and I believe that Iowa is going to speak loud and clear. You're first in the nation for a reason. It's important. You're first in the nation. Somebody a long time ago said, this is why we want you to be first in the nation. And maybe you're a little bit different than other places, but you set something. There was something in their minds when they did it a long time ago. You know, when I think of your state, I think of 2 things. I think of farmers, and nobody took better care of the farmers than Trump. No president ever. And I think about politics, very political state. And it's an honor to have kept you there. With your vote in these caucuses, you're going to send a message straight to crooked Joe Biden, his radical henchmen, his weaponized DOJ, and his protectors in the fake news media. Look at all of them back there. There's a lot of them. You know, it's funny. They hate me so much. But they all show up. I can't figure it out. thing called ratings. You know, we did a town hall on Fox the other night, and I guess it ended up at 7.5 million. The debate had 2.5 million people. They had a debate, two people screaming at each other. They said, why didn't you do the debates? Now they say, it's good that you didn't do it, right? Billy Long, the great Billy Long. Will you stand up, Billy Long? Look at this guy. You're going to show all the people who've been through so much. They've been through the border situation. They've been just giving it away, selling off your jobs, indoctrinating your children, and trampling your values no matter how hard they try. It doesn't make any difference. We will never give up. We will never surrender. And in the end, we are going to win, win, win. We're going to win. We're going to win. We're going to win all the time. Under crooked Joe Biden, our country is dying. Our country is really in a position it's never been. It's never been in this dangerous a position. We have a chance of being in a World War III with weapons the likes of which nobody has ever seen before. I've seen them because I've seen what they can do. And this would be obliteration. I say this wouldn't be two army tanks running back and forth shooting. This is obliteration. And we have a man that can't put two sentences together. He can't find the stairs. See the stairs? Yeah. He finishes a speech, which are very short. They're not like our 2-hour beauties, right? They wanted the long version, Jim. Remember that. But, oh, look, front row Joes. You didn't get in the front row today. Front row Joes, they follow me everywhere. We love them. That's how does it feel? Still pretty good. That's good. Thank you very much. It's a great honor. They follow me all over the place, 167 times or something. They've got to be pretty rich people, in all fairness. They go all over. It doesn't matter where. But I stand before you today as the only candidate who is up to the task of saving America from every single Biden disaster, starting on day one. The disaster is what he's done. All he had to do is go to the beach like he always does and leave everything alone. Leave the border alone. We are the safest border in history. It was just announced that last month inflation surged dramatically again, slicing into family budgets and further gutting our middle class. You know, we had the highest inflation, I think maybe ever, but they say in 80 years. I think ever. Energy is up 50% from what it was 3 years ago. Think of that. Rent. People that rent apartments, rent homes, up 35 to 40%. Mortgage rates are from 2% to about 9%. And there's another problem, you can't get the money. Food prices are up 42%. Bacon, I don't know what's going on with bacon. I just had bacon this morning. It was the best bacon I've ever had. There was no fat in it. I said to the hotel, I said, do me a favor, where do you get this bacon? I want to... You see it in New York, you have bacon. It's all fat with a little tiny string of something in there. This bacon was the best, but it should be, right? Because we're in Iowa. But bacon is like 3 or 4 times higher. I don't know what that's all about. But the only people getting rich right now are Joe Biden's donors and Nikki Haley's donors. She happens to be a globalist, by the way. I know her very well. Remember, I will never run against our president. Never. Never. He's a great president. He's the greatest president in my lifetime. That's not that good. You know, she's, what, 54, 58, 63? What is she? I have no idea. But I will never run against him, ever. She said this for years. Then she calls a news conference. Ladies and gentlemen, I've decided to run for president. I said, that's not so surprising because I understand Nikki. She can't help herself. I understand her very well, better than anybody. By the way, she's not up to the job, okay? I can tell you that. I don't want to be mean. If I said that about a man, everyone would say, what a great statement. But I'll tell you, from Ron's standpoint, he's definitely not up to the job. I know him very well. I got him elected. He forgot about that. He forgot that he was a 3. He was dead, gone. He forgot that he came to me, tears in his eyes, begging for an endorsement, and I endorsed him because he fought the Russia impeachment hoax number 1 and number 2. 2 hoaxes. They were both hoaxes. But he did, along with 200 other people in Congress. This man was the best of all. Jim Jordan was the best fighter of all. I'd say he was about 7% of what Jim was, but Jim never asked me for anything. You know, he doesn't need anything. I give him automatic endorsements, but he's leading in his district by like 97%. Nobody even runs. He's one of the few people, he never even has somebody running against him. But so I gave it to Ron. Ron was down by, impossible odds. The election was taking place very soon, I think 3-4 days. The nominating process was just about finished. A man named Adam Putnam, he was the Secretary of Agriculture, running for governor for 8 years. He was 8 years as the secretary. He raised $41 million. So he was at 42, and I think Ron was around 3. He was like a 30 or 40 point difference. And he came to me, and I didn't know Adam Putnam, and Adam Putnam never called me. So I wish he did, actually, because I probably would have endorsed him. He was fine, but he never called me. But Ron did, and Ron came over to see me, and he begged me for the endorsement. I gave it to him, and it was like a weapon went off. I hate to use the term nuclear weapon, so I won't use that, okay? Because we're getting too close to that stuff. We don't want to bring up the term, but it's brought up all the time. But it was like a weapon went off, a rocket ship went up. And he ended up winning 3-4 days later in a landslide. It was a landslide. Adam Putnam is still saying, what happened? What happened? Because he was already measuring for carpets in the State House. He was getting ready to move in. Then we had to get Ron through, a very highly credible candidate at the time. He turned out to be a crackhead, unfortunately. As you remember, the Democrat, right? He was going to be within the next 15 years, he was going to be a president of the United States. And Ron said, I don't think we can beat him. It was him and Stacey Abrams. They were the two hottest politicians in the Democrat Party. And Gillum, remember Gillum? And good-looking guy, everything was perfect. And I did three rallies. Thank you, darling. Thank you. Thank you. That's all right. Go home to mommy. Your mommy's waiting. Go home to mommy. Thank you very much. So young. So young. You know? It's amazing, because that used to happen all of the time. And I don't think it's happened in 2.5 or 3 years. That's the first. And she's so young. So young. So anyway, so young and immature. Thank you very much. Thank you. It always adds excitement, I will say that. Thank you. That's all right. That's why we have America. That's okay. But they'll figure it out. You know, they're fighting oil. They're fighting oil. They're basically saying, let's close up our country because if you notice, China's right now building. China is building actually every week a coal-fired plant. And these people are fighting, and you're going to end up with a country that won't be able to compete if you listen to them. But they'll grow up. Thank you. They'll go up, they'll get older, and they'll understand that it's very important what we're doing. We speak from common sense. You know, we're really the party of common sense. People say, are you conservative? Yes, I'm conservative. We did a lot of conservative things, but we're really not a liberal, conservative. We're the party of common sense. We want to have borders. We want to have elections. We want to have low taxes, a strong military. But anyway, so Ron, just to finish the story real quickly, but Ron, I endorsed him, and he went like a rocket ship. And then I did rallies for him, a couple of rallies, 2 or 3. We had tremendous, tremendous rallies, and incredible in Florida. And he still felt he wasn't going to win. I said, I'm telling you, you're going to win. And he ended up winning by 2 points, very little. And the other guy turned out to be a disaster. Thank goodness he wasn't put in, but Ron won. And then 4 years later, they said to him, will you run against the president? And he said, I have no comment. He said, I have no comment. I got him in. I got him elected totally. He was down by like 40 points for the nomination, and he was going to definitely lose to their new star, who turned out not to be a star. And when I did that, I don't know, there's something about the lack of loyalty in politics. Now, Nikki also, but to a much lesser extent. I mean, she has at least a right. She got there. I gave her the position, but I gave it to her much more so because I wanted Henry McMaster, who was a lieutenant governor, to be the governor of South Carolina. And he's been a great governor, right, Billy? Great governor. And Henry's done a great job. And Nikki did a good job. She was okay, but she's not right to be president. I know it very well. The wrong thought process, the wrong policy. And honestly, she's not tough enough. She's not tough enough. These are tough people. We're dealing with the toughest people in the world. We're dealing with people that are on their game at a level that you've never seen. President Xi of China, Putin. Putin would have never gone into Ukraine if I were president. If that election wasn't rigged, he would have never, ever, not even a chance. And it was the apple of his eye. And you could take a look at North Korea. Kim Jong-un, very smart, very tough, but he liked me, and I got along really well with him, and we were safe. We were going to have a war with them, and they have a massive nuclear stockpile, possibly as big as anybody. And so we did a great job, but we were disappointed with Ron. It showed tremendous disloyalty. I said, listen, let's hit him. And then I wanted to think of a name for him, and I just sort of said, he's a sanctimonious guy. He's sanctimonious. And I said, Ron DeSanctimonious, and it sort of worked. A lot of people didn't like it at the beginning. Now they love it. You know, they grow on you. Sometimes they grow on you positively or negatively. But he said, and then people would say, sir, you're hitting him very hard. I don't think you should. Why? He's a Republican. I said, I don't care if he's a Republican. They're saying he's a Republican. What the hell difference does it make? The guy says to me, he says that he has no comment. When they say they have no comment, you know what that means, L? That means they're going to run. So we hit him very hard, and by the time he announced, he was over. I think he was over by the time he announced. He said, sir, it's too early. Anyway, so he's not doing well. It looks like he's in 5th or 6th place in New Hampshire. We're doing really well in New Hampshire, by the way. Really well. We're really doing well everywhere. And then people don't know, we go to Nevada, we just had a poll out, we're at 89%, Madam Attorney, 89% in Nevada. Then we go to Nikki Haley's state, South Carolina, where the governor endorsed me, where Lindsay and everybody, I mean, we're just about, everybody's endorsed me almost. And we're leading her by 40 points or 50 points, which is pretty tough to do. And then we come down and we eventually get to Florida. We love Florida. We're leading one-on-one with Ron. I'm at 89 and he's at 11. That's a big difference. And we started, I was slightly ahead in all fairness. You know, people don't know, in Florida, I got more votes by 1.5 million than he did. They talk about his great victory. But he only had that victory because of me. But I got 1.5 million more votes than him in Florida. But they did a poll and he's not even a factor. So he's really hurt himself because I think he would have, if he were a loyal person, if he would have waited 4 years, he's young, he's a young guy, he would have, I don't say anybody walks in because you still have to show some semblance of personality. You have to do some things right. And so it's never a walk-in, but let's assume he would have gotten my endorsement and he would have been loyal and everything else. But I think the lack of loyalty, a lot of people said when I went after these 2 people and a couple of others, sir, very highly paid professionals in the back. They said, sir, people don't care about loyalty in politics. I said, I think they do. And when I explained, about loyalty, like as an example, excuse me, with your governor, I gave her, think of it, first in the nation, I gave her ethanol, I gave her everything. But she was lieutenant governor, just like Henry McMaster. And I took Terry Branstad out, and I made him ambassador to China, and because of me, she became governor. Typically, when that happens, when you're appointed governor or senator, you don't do well in the next election. Very rarely do you win. I don't know if you when you get appointed, you very rarely win. She was losing by 10 points, and she called me, would I do a rally for her? I ended up doing 2 rallies and giving her a very big endorsement, and she ended up beating a very rich, I don't know who this guy is. All they said is he's a rich, very good-looking farmer. Well, those are good credentials for Iowa, right? Rich, good-looking farmer. And he was going to win. And I came in and I saved her. But then I gave her, First in the Nation gave her everything. Really good. And I figured, you know, again, I don't do quid pro quo. But when I came in and I announced, I said, by the way, are you going to be endorsing me? Sir, I'd rather remain neutral. I said, wow, you're going to remain neutral? Wait a minute, I gave you the position. Not that one thing has to do with the other, but I gave you that position. Yes, sir, I'd rather remain neutral because I have to protect First in the Nation. But I gave you First in the Nation. Then she said, well, you have to understand, I'm the governor, and I want to be able to travel with each and every candidate that's running against you, and you too, sir, and I want to campaign with you. I said, you mean you'd campaign with other candidates? Yes, sir. I said, I don't want to ever see you on my campaign again. And that was it. And that was it. So I don't blame her for then picking somebody, because we wouldn't let her go to any rallies or anything. But here's the thing I'm most proud of. She went from the most popular governor in the United States in 2 weeks to the least popular governor. She's the least popular governor in the United States. But I just thought it was very disloyal. You know, I mean, I just don't understand it. I don't understand it. And that happens in politics. What? What is? Oh, thank you very much. That's so cute. Nikki and Crooked Joe are both backed by warmongers and left-wing globalist Wall Street, millionaires and billionaires who crave to destroy the MAGA movement. People are not happy with MAGA because MAGA's taking over. MAGA's, you know, when you hear the fake news when they say, well, MAGA represents 44% of the Republican. No, MAGA represents 95% of the Republican Party. Whenever you hear this stuff, and it's an amazing thing. When Joe Biden gets up and he's so angry, we're going to fight MAGA. And I say, what does MAGA mean? He has no idea. You know what it means, Joe? It means make America great again, right? It's a simple thing. No harm intended. Probably the greatest phrase in the history of politics, right? MAGA. I almost changed it to CAG, keep America great, right? But it didn't seem to have the magic. There'll never be anything like MAGA, make America great again. And then after he ran the country, I couldn't use CAG because America right now is not a great country. We're laughed at all over the world. Unlike Nikki, I'm working for you. And, I'm working for you. And she's working for a lot of other people that don't necessarily love our country so much. You're going to find out a lot about her in the next short period of time, but she's starting to fade as people find out, and she's got some really bad money behind her. She's got Democrats financing her in New Hampshire. She's got Koch, who's a globalist, total globalist. He's fighting her. It's funny. He said he had the best years he's ever had under the Trump administration. He actually made a statement. Charles Koch. David was a friend of mine. Charles, I don't really know Charles Koch. I saw him interview. He had a broken leg and he had Bermuda shorts on. I said, if I had a broken leg, I wouldn't be wearing Bermuda shorts during an interview. I thought it was the worst interview I've ever seen. Under the Trump administration, you were better off. Your family was better off. Your neighbors were better off. Your communities were better off, and our country was better off. We were never stronger than we were just 3 years ago, energy independent. America was stronger, richer, and safer, and more confident than ever before when I sat behind the Oval desk, that beautiful Oval Office with the Resolute desk. Do you ever hear of the Resolute desk? When you become president, they give you a choice of 7 different desks. They're all beautiful. But the Resolute is the Resolute. It's the beauty. Ronald Reagan, a lot of great people, a lot of great presidents, Resolute. As president, I gave you the largest tax cuts in history and virtually eliminated the estate tax to protect your family farms. I don't know if you know that. If you love your children, I always say this, if you love your children, you have to vote for Trump. If you don't love your children, then that doesn't mean what I just said. because you shouldn't leave it to them. If you don't love your children, and if you don't, then don't give it to them. Does anybody in this room not love their children? Who? Who? I know you love your children. You love your children. Not too many hands. I've never seen a hand go up. Then everybody has to vote for me because I gave you tax cuts. You know what was happening is you'd leave the farm to the kids. The government comes along, they assess it. They put a value on it. You have to go out and borrow large amounts of money. And typically within 3 or 4 years, you end up losing the farm because it's not such a cash business, but it's a great value business. Valuable, beautiful farm. And what it stands for, it's beautiful. It's a beautiful life. But you'd leave it and they'd lose it. And they'd lose it in foreclosures to the banks. And we took that out. You no longer have estate tax to pay on your farms and small businesses. So I think it's great. I think it was very good. So now we have to defend our tax cuts from Joe Biden, who wants to pass the largest tax hike in American history. He wants to terminate the tax cuts given to me by you. That includes the estate tax, or as we call it, the death tax. I will make the Trump tax cuts permanent and cut taxes for families and farmers even more. We have a substantial hit coming, positive hit coming. We're going to reduce them even further. Now, I have to tell you that when I did the tax cuts, they were the largest ever in the history of our country, bigger than Reagan's tax cuts years before. He did the biggest up until that time. We topped it. And everyone said, oh, well, the income, we're not going to have the income. We ended up taking in almost 100% more income, and we created the strongest economy in history. So with smaller taxes, people were doing much more business, and we were actually taking into the Treasury more money. It's an amazing stat, so people have to know it. But starting on my first day back to the Oval Office, I will end Joe Biden's inflation nightmare, rescue our economy, and we will do one thing that's going to work very quickly and fast. Drill, baby, drill. We're going to drill, baby, drill. And also on day one, I will seal the border and I will shut down the invasion of our country. It's an invasion. This isn't a normal situation. This is an invasion. Thank you. 3 years ago, we had the most secure border in U.S. history by far. We built 561 miles of border wall. If there's a little piece, if there's a nail from a wall that was there 75 years ago, a little bit of a nail left from the rust, or if there's a 2x4 that's rotted out laying on the ground someplace, they say, that's not a border wall, that's a renovation. No, it's not a renovation. It was, you'd see little areas where you'd have some dead wood rotting on the ground for 40 years. We built over 500 miles, much more than I said I was going to do. And then we had an additional 200 miles that we were getting ready to put up. We could have done it in 3 weeks. He could have done it. And they decided not to do it. And that was a terrible thing because our border is a mess. But they actually wanted open borders. That was the amazing thing. But we got Mexico to give us 28,000 soldiers free of charge. When we talk about, I said, I'm going to charge Mexico for the wall. This is much more expensive. There was no legal mechanism that Mexico could give us money to build a wall for us. But there was legal precedent for them giving us soldiers. And I went to the president and I said, you're going to have to give us a lot of soldiers. Why? Because they're coming through your country and they're hurting us very badly. No, I won't do that. I won't. And I liked him a lot. He said, but would you speak to my representative? So they came to Washington, a delegation. They saw me. The State Department was heading it. And a woman, very good woman, but a lousy negotiator, to be honest with you, very quality woman. She loved Mexico. She worked on Mexico for 25 years. She said, sir, they will never give you that. We've been trying to get that for 25 years. I said, oh, I'll get it, 100%. I said, what else do you want? And we got Tom Homan involved, who's great, Central Casting. I think he's Central Casting. He was great. And we got our Border Patrol people, Brandon Judd and all of these people. These are incredible people. They actually want to do their job. They have a much easier job by not doing their job, but they want to do it. And I said, give me a list of the top 10 things, and Title 42, everything. They gave me a list that one of the things is remain in Mexico. You have to remain in Mexico. You can't come into our country. So I had a list of 10 things. Catch and release in Mexico. We called it catch and release in brackets in Mexico. We have catch and release in our country that nobody would ever leave. So they gave me these things, and this very handsome man shows up representing the president of Mexico. And he said, chief, top guy, and he said, sir, you've asked for some things that, of course, are ridiculous. Of course, yes, you'll give them to us. 100% you'll give them to us. No, we will not. I said, first thing we need 28,000 soldiers, free of charge. No. He goes, why would we do that? We're not going to give you 28,000. Sir, this is ridiculous. I said, no, 100% you're going to give them to us, 100%, I have no doubt. Then I want to have a remain in Mexico policy where people can't come into our country. They have to stay in your country until we vet them. And he said, no, we won't do that. We've never done that. We won't do that. Yes, you will. 100%. I'm telling you, 100%. And he started getting confused. He was saying, like, then we did the problem where very sick people are coming into our country. So we had, as you know, we have a very specific bill that was passed years ago to keep people that are sick. We don't want to catch disease from people that sadly are not feeling so great, and various other things that were just as bad. And I had 10 of them. I said to the Border Patrol, I said to Brandon Judd, give me a top 10 list. And he gave me a top 10. And he smiled. He said, you know, they've been after this for years. They haven't been able to get 1/2 of one. So, because, you know, every country out negotiates us because we have stupid people running our country for the most part. When you look at what China did, I took in hundreds of billions of dollars. Nobody before me, nobody took in 10 cents from China. So I said, no, this is what I want. And he tells me now, I said, here's the story, sir. I'm signing before me a bill. And if you don't have this approved before the end of this meeting, where we get 28,000 soldiers free of charge, and all of the other things stay in Mexico. We called it Remain in Mexico. Isn't that a nice title? Remain in Mexico. Sounds simple, but it's very complex for them, not for us. I said, then I'm going to sign this. And this says that we are going to put on Mexico a 25% tax or tariff on every car. You know, they stole 32% of our car industry. I don't know if you know that, Jim. 32% of our car industry has been taken out of the United States. It's made in Mexico. They have factories that you wouldn't believe. They go miles long, bigger factories than what we have. They stole it over the years. Not with me. I stopped it. I was going to put a charge of if they make a car in Mexico, sell it in the United States, I was going to put a 30% tariff on it. And they decided not to build those particular factories. But nobody else does that stuff. So I said, here's the story. You're going to either do it or I'm going to put a 25% tax on every single product coming into the United States from Mexico. And that'll be far more money than the money that we're talking about. And he said, sir, may I make a phone call, please? You know the sign of a choker? It's when they start grabbing their neck because they can't breathe. Dan Gable never choked. He doesn't know what I'm talking about because he didn't choke. That guy was a winner. He's only like 150, I think 150-1. I don't know. I think he had COVID for the one or something. I don't know what the hell. But the greatest guy, even Jim Jordan, who was an All-American, 3-time All, he said, nope, Dan was the greatest of them all. Do you still say that? That's pretty good, Dan. I mean, it's not chopped liver here, right? But anyway, so I said, all right, come on, you have 5 minutes. Just call up the president. And he walks back. Sir, on behalf of the president of Mexico, it would be my great honor to give you 28,000 soldiers free of charge. Give you Remain in Mexico. Give you catch and release in Mexico. The guy's going like, and we got it all. And we had the safest border in the history of our country. It was pretty amazing, and it was pretty easy. Under Biden, the USA has become a dumping ground to the world. And speaking of Mexico, you know, Biden's people went to see them 2 days ago. Mexico said, we want $5 billion just to talk. I said, what? They want $5 billion to talk. And you know what our guy said? We'll consider it. These are the worst. These are the worst people. And it's not even like bad. They're stupid people, okay? They're stupid. They're stupid. In New York City last week, American school children were kicked out of class so that the school could be turned into a migrant camp. And think of this, a migrant camp. Biden puts America last. I put America first. Our border is so important. So important. Now, I do something, and because it's sad, we don't have a lot to do. okay? But boy, we're going to have a lot to do tomorrow. And you have a lot to do today to talk to your friends, right? Tomorrow's the big day, but we have a little time. Does anybody want to hear the snake? You want it? Takes about, okay. Because I think it's so appropriate. Jim Jordan's never heard this before, I don't think. But it's so appropriate, and it has to do with people coming into your country. It has to do with who they are. You know what you're getting. We know what we're getting. We're getting terrorists. We're getting jailbirds. We're getting guys that were major drug lords coming into our country, staying here. And they're not going to be school teachers. They're not going to be innocent people. They're going to cause tremendous harm and death. And so this is called The Snake. And this was an old rock and roll song, but, you know, amended somewhat, to be honest. Probably every word is amended almost by me. But I think it's very instructive, and I think it's very important, actually. On her way to work one morning, down the path along the lake, a tender-hearted woman saw a poor, half-frozen snake. His pretty colored skin had been all frosted with the dew. Poor thing, she cried, I'll take you in, and I'll take care of you. Take me in, O tender woman. Take me in for heaven's sake. Take me in, O tender woman, sighed the vicious snake. She wrapped him up all cozy in a comforter of silk and laid him by her fireside with some honey and some milk. She hurried home from work that night, and soon as she arrived, she found the pretty snake she'd taken in had been revived. Take me in, O tender woman, take me in for heaven's sake. Take me in, O tender woman, cried the vicious snake. She clutched him to her bosom. You're so beautiful, she cried. But if I hadn't brought you in by now, you truly would have died. She stroked his pretty skin again and kissed and held him tight. But instead of saying, thank you, ma'am, the snake gave her a vicious bite. Take me in, O tender woman. Take me in for heaven's sake. Take me in, O tender woman, sighed the vicious snake. I saved you, cried the woman, and you've bitten me, but why? You know your bite is poisonous, and now I'm going to die. Shut up, silly woman, said the reptile with a grin. You knew damn well I was a snake before you took me in. The snake, that's our border. We're taking in people from prisons. We're taking in people from mental institutions. We're taking in murderers and drug lords. We're taking in people that are very, very sick with diseases that will be spread all over our nation. We're doing the wrong thing for our country. It's going to be very hard to recover from that, but we're going to start on day one with deportation. Okay? Does that make sense, by the way? Does that make right? Is there anyone in the room that doesn't get it? Because if you don't, please leave. We don't. You're hopeless if you don't get it. That's what's happening to our country. That's what's at the snake. Just remember it. As soon as I take the oath of office, I'll terminate every open border policy of the Biden administration and begin the largest deportation operation in American history. And, you know, it's not a nice thing to say. It's a tough thing to say. But remember, Dwight Eisenhower, if you actually know, he's a pretty good president. And when he was president, he was very much into exactly that. They had a big border problem, and he'd take people, and they'd just drop them on the other side of the border, but they'd drop back. And then he realized that you had to take them away, and they'd fly him 3,000 miles down into deep South America. And generally, they would never come back. But he was very tough on deportations, and we're going to have to be, because what's happening to our country is not sustainable. It's not sustainable. We can't have 15, 16, 18 million people. I mean, they're taking over our schools. They're taking over our hospitals. You go to a hospital, and you can't, and you know, you want to take care of people. They're people, whether they're American people, but it's not sustainable. It's no good. It's not sustainable. Our people are suffering greatly. In Manhattan, you have thousands and thousands, hundreds of thousands of people poured into New York, and they're living on Madison Avenue. They're staying on Fifth Avenue. They're Nobody's ever seen anything like it. And in all due respect to the mayor of New York, he's fighting it as much as he's going to fight it. He's fighting a criminal element, a sick element. He's fighting an element of people that have no idea what they're doing to our country, or they do have an idea, and that's even worse, because if they did, they would know that they're destroying our country. Ron DeSanctimonious and Nikki Haley will never secure our border, and they'll never come close to it. It's only words. DeSanctis, that's the abbreviation. I like that, because you can only say DeSanctimonious. It's good, but you can't say it too many times. And if you look, it's really rather brilliant, I must say. The best might be Pocahontas. You know, somebody said, what's your best? Pocahontas was good, you know. I have Indian blood, 1,014th. I have Indian blood. She got her jobs by being a minority, right? She got into Harvard because she was a minority. She got everything. And then she met Trump. And we came up with the name Pocahontas, and she told her friend, he's killing me with that name. Then they said, you have to apologize. You have to apologize for what you're doing with her. And I did. I got up and I did. No, I did apologize. I apologize. I'd like to apologize to Pocahontas, the real Pocahontas, for what I've... DeSantis did not introduce a single major piece of border security legislation in his entire time in Congress. He had no idea. He couldn't care less about it. And you know, one thing with a politician, this would be true with me also, but I was from borders from day one. We did so well with borders that in the 2020 election, it never came up. And I used to tell my people, I want to talk about borders. They say, sir, they're not interested. I did such a good job that it wasn't a point of conversation, but we still got millions of more votes than we did the first time. But I'm looking at a man in the back. I tell you what, I watched Ron DeSanctimonious getting ready to speak about 6 months ago. He was on a stage with your governor, and your very loyal governor, who's now the least popular governor in the country. And they were getting ready to speak, and it was very interesting. Two young men, they looked like they came out of the Wharton School of Finance. Very handsome guys, obviously from Iowa. He was standing back, and somebody was introducing him. And do you remember this? And they walked up, and they took the podium like this. They were the coolest cats I've ever seen. They weren't like sneaking up, right? They walked on the stage, just lifted everything up, and they just walked off with it. Two guys. And the governor was screaming, you took our podium. And DeSanctimonious is screaming, my podium, my podium. They're standing with that. And they walked off. And then if you watched it a little longer, you see them, they walked around, and you could see them backstage. They just stole the podium. They took it away. I'm dying to find those two guys because I'd love to shake their hand. I don't know if they're in the room. Are they in the room? I don't know. Nobody knows who they are. It was one of the coolest acts I've ever seen in politics. So if you would spread the word, I've never done this before, spread the word. I have to find, I said, I'm going to Iowa. I have to find those two guys, okay? So please look for them. Madam Attorney General, you can do it better than anybody if you put the full force, if you do what they do to me. They have the full force of the Justice Department and against the political opponent of a guy who can't speak well. So if you could do that, I want to find those two people, and I hope you don't prosecute them. They did nothing wrong. Likewise, Nikki Haley opposed my border wall. Do you know she opposed the wall very strongly? She was totally against it, which tells you where she's coming from. She condemned my strong border policies, and in 2016, she stabbed the Republican Party in the back by siding with a gentleman named Barack Hussein Obama. Remember Rush Limbaugh? He goes, ladies and gentlemen, this is Rush. I'm talking about Barack Hussein Obama. He goes, Barack, emphasis on Hussein Obama. He was a piece of work. We gave him the Presidential Medal of Freedom. Remember that? It was great. He was very brave. He fought a hard battle. That last couple of years, he fought a hard battle. But Barack Hussein Obama, she sided with Barack Hussein Obama against me on a thing called the Trump travel ban. And the travel ban meant we want to keep people from terrorist countries out of the United States, if you don't mind. And she fought me on it. I said, what the hell is she doing? She was in a different position. But she fought me on it. I wasn't too happy, but I did want to make Henry the governor, so sometimes you do things. She even said illegal aliens were not criminals. Ron and Nikki also want to gut Social Security and Medicare for seniors. Now they're changing their tune, but if they were, it's not going to happen, by the way. First of all, they're both getting killed by Biden in the polls. And I'm beating Biden in every single poll in every single state. So you're not going to do it. Nikki had one rigged poll a long time ago, like 3 months ago. One poll that showed she was up by like 11 or 12 points. And it was a rigged poll. I know the polling group very much. Best poll you can buy. And because they're just as dishonest as these people back here. They're pretty dishonest. So what happens, she uses that to a fairly well, but she loses every time. She loses in every state. She loses to everybody. And she's really not much of a Republican. She's certainly not MAGA. DeSantis voted 3 times to raise the retirement age on Social Security to at least 70, 3 times. And Nikki Haley says the retirement age of 65 is, quote, her words, way too low. You don't hear that from Trump. Because we have so much money underfoot. We have liquid gold more than Saudi Arabia, more than Russia. We were number 3 or 4 when I first started, 3 or 4 in oil production. And by the time I got out, you have to see this graph, Saudi Arabia, Russia, sort of going a little bit up. And then we're down here, and we're like a rocket. You know, it's like, psh. And we were way number 1. And we're energy independent, but we would have been energy dominant within a few months. We would have been making so much money, we would have started paying off our debt. We would have reduced taxes still further. And that's where we could do so much. And we can also do a lot of cutting. We can also do, is that Nigel Farage, by the way? Oh, you stand up, will you? I'm just looking at this handsome guy. He's been a backer of mine from day one. A thing called Brexit, very non-controversial. And you've been right. They haven't implemented too well, but you've been right. No, we're big fans. Thank you, Nigel. It's really an honor to have you here. Great. You look great. I love these suits. You know, they know how to dress over there. We don't know how to dress like they do. Thank you. Great honor, man. Nikki Haley even supported Rhino Paul Ryan's 2011 plan to destroy Medicare, and the very same plan that led Democrat television ads showing Republicans wheeling Granny off the cliff. Remember the Paul Ryan, Granny off the cliff? Well, DeSantis loves Paul Ryan. Paul Ryan really hurt Fox, although they did very well the other night with their wonderful town hall. Yeah. Thank you very much. But he's a big Paul Ryan fan. Paul Ryan was a disaster as Speaker. You know, when Nancy Pelosi was there, she had subpoenas stacked up on both sides of her desk, and any congressman could walk in and just take one. With Paul Ryan, he had no subpoenas. Congressmen had to go in and beg them, say, Paul, we need it. It's so bad. No, come back and see me in 2 weeks. Come back. He would never. I don't think he issued one subpoena in all the time. And with crazy Nancy, she's crazy. And by the way, I offered her 10,000 troops for January 6th, and I did that 3 or 4 days in advance. And now they've terminated, you know, they've destroyed all of the evidence in that J6 committee of thugs and bad people. But we offered her 10,000. If she would have used 500, you wouldn't have had, because that was a very tiny fraction of the, could be 1 million. It was biggest crowd I ever spoke before. A tiny fraction, you wouldn't have had a problem at all, but she turned it down. And she is the reason that you had that problem. She turned it down, and the mayor turned it down, and the mayor turned it down in writing. She said, no, we're not going to do that. And she said she didn't like the look. I said, look, if they don't want to do it. And she's in charge of security, by the way. I'm not. The president is not. The Speaker of the House is in charge of the Capitol of security, which a lot of people don't know because you don't get the facts. And peacefully and patriotically was not even mentioned. You know, whenever they talk about my speech, they leave the words peacefully. It was called peacefully and patriotically. But Paul Ryan was a disaster, a total disaster, a real rhino. I call him a super rhino. And unlike Ron and Nikki, we will always protect Medicare and Social Security for our great seniors. We're not going to hurt our seniors. We're not going to do it. We have so many other things we can do. Nikki Haley also supported a 23% national sales tax. So you go out and buy something. And how is that on the middle class? And how about lower income people? The whole thing is ridiculous. And she fought it really hard. She wanted it and fought for it really hard. In short, Radical left Democrats would chew her up and eat her alive. And what they're doing now is they're supporting her in New Hampshire. And Koch is supporting her, who's just nothing but a super rhino globalist version. Ask yourselves, who does the radical left and the Washington swamp fear more? Nikki Haley, Ron DeSanctimonious, or President Donald J. Trump? I can tell you right now. I didn't even used to answer their phone calls. When Koch would call up, I say, forget it, because I thought he was so bad for our country. The corrupt establishment knows that if you put me back in the White House, their reign is over. It will be over. And America will be a free nation once again. We are not a free nation. Joe Biden and his henchmen are so desperate to stop us that they're weaponizing law enforcement for high-level election interference. They've never done this before. We've never done it. It's done a lot in third world countries, banana republics. They've never done this. Joe Biden is a threat to democracy, big threat to democracy, for two reasons. Number one, he's incompetent. And number two, he's surrounded by people that aren't incompetent. They're actually very dangerous, and they're very smart, and they have energy, and they can figure out how to walk off a stage, you know. But he's a threat to democracy for many reasons. This is only happening because we're leading big in the polls. You know, if I wasn't running, or if I was in fourth place or fifth place or seventh place, you notice a lot of people have dropped out. Sloppy Chris Christie just dropped out. And if we weren't doing so well with the general public, I mean, honestly, our polls here are great, but our national polls are even much more substantial. And if we weren't doing that, I wouldn't have been indicted. They wouldn't have indicted me. They indict you because they're still fighting my 2016 win. People in Congress that are fighting here. He challenged the election, Billy, right? He challenged the election. How dare we have to indict him? He challenged the election. They talk about slates. I had nothing to do with slates, but patriots had to do with slates. And they indict him. Thomas Jefferson did slates. They've been slates all over. On Alabama, which I won, I think, by 45 points in 2016, even more now. But Alabama, they said, I cheated on Alabama. We won by 45, and they challenged it. They challenged it. The same way they're challenging. It's such a disgrace what's going on. It is a two-tiered system of justice, and we have to get our Justice Department back, because you're not going to have a country anymore. You can't have it. At least I have a voice. When they indict me, I can explain what the indictment is, like the boxes hooks. I have presidential records. I have a authorized bill from 1978 or so that allows me to do exactly what I did. The New York Times did a story. Please, 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 Mr. President, please, may we have those papers? And then they said that's the only thing they have the right to ask. Now, Biden has about 15 or 20 times more, and he has them from when he was a senator and a vice president. He doesn't come under the Presidential Records Act. He doesn't have that protection. And watch what happens. They'll say he was okay, and he made it totally impossible to get. He's got papers under his Corvette in the garage, right? You know, sitting under on the wet floor in the Corvette. He thinks the Corvette's the greatest thing. Let's find out what country gave him that Corvette, because he takes a lot of different things. But you look at that hoax. I mean, you know, it's very interesting when it was announced, because they came after me. Then it was announced that, ladies and gentlemen, it's just been announced that President Biden has got thousands of classified documents. Do you believe this? And some people were saying, I was watching that fake news CNN. They're right there. Look, the camera just went off. The light just went off. The red light, I'll put it back on. So now I'm watching fake news. And the announcer, the person, fake tapper, I think it was, said, oh, no, he did it again, meaning me. Because if he's got them, they're not going to do anything about it. But if I've got them, they want to, you know, they want to bring back the death penalty, bring back the electric chair out of retirement. But the new, and it's true, if I weren't leading, or if I weren't a factor, or if I wasn't in the race, none of this would be happening. I'd probably be having a nice time right now. But I'm having a better time being with the people of Iowa. I actually, believe it or not, I enjoy this. I enjoy it. There's got to be something a little wrong there, because I enjoy it. I could be right now in one of the most beautiful places in the world, someplace having a great time, but I have a better time right here. I'd like it to be a little bit warmer, but you know what? I'll tell you, you get around pretty well because we didn't know, would anybody show up today? They have people that can't get in. And I think that's going to happen tomorrow night. Hopefully, more importantly, Jim, tomorrow night that's going to happen. But in the new the new Gov poll, it's called YouGov, very respected. It's Trump at 69, just came out 2 minutes ago. DeSantis at 14 and Haley at 12. And we're up big in Iowa likewise. We're really up big. I don't want to talk about it too much. I'd like you to leave this place saying, I think we're about 1 point down because that way you're going to vote. We're 1 point down. It's going to be tough. We all have to get out and vote. So I'm not telling you that we're 44 points up. But the higher we're up, the higher we go, the better a signal. We send a good signal to New Hampshire, but the better a signal we send in November that we're taking our country back. So it's really important. No matter what the polls say, no matter if they're way up, they are, but you got to get out and vote. We're also dominating in the general election while Biden is clobbering Nikki Haley. She's killing Nikki Haley in the polls, and she's also beating DeSantis in the polls. Haley has lost 20 points in head-to-head polls against Biden in just the last month. I don't know what's coming out about her, but she's lost. She's gone way down in the polls against Biden. And I sort of believe in polls. You know, I only talk about polls if they're good for me. I never talk about them if they're bad. I say, ladies and gentlemen, there's a new poll. You can bet it's going to be good. If it's a bad poll, I just don't talk about it, right? I mean, you know. The radical left Democrats rigged the presidential election of 2020, and we are not going to allow them to rig the presidential election of 2024. We're not going to allow it. We're just not going to allow it. We're not going to, because if they do it, if they get away with the kind of things, they didn't get legislative approval. They go to a legislature. They go into one of the big legislatures. I can name 10 of them. And they get turned down. And then they come down, they do it anyway. But much more than they even asked for. So many things. You take a look at Truth to Vote, where they have tens of thousands of people stuffing the ballot boxes. You take a look at the 51 intelligence agents saying the laptop from hell was Russia disinformation. They say that made a 10-point spread if the people would have known the truth about the laptop from hell. It's amazing. They cheat in any way they can. If the Biden DOJ gets away with this interference, then it won't stop with me. The weaponization of law enforcement against Republicans is never going to end. Remember, the advantage I have is that when they indict me, I can explain to people, because I have a big audience, and I can explain. But if I'm a congressman or even a senator and I get a subpoena to go to a grand jury, you're dead. Politically, you're dead. You can't explain it. I can sit here in front of these big audiences with all those crazy cameras back there, and I can explain it, and people can make up their mind. And they made up their mind like 85% that it's a witch hunt hoax. It's just a continuation of Russia, Russia, Russia. And that includes local DAs, and that includes attorney generals, because they're all, you saw the Fannie Willis. You saw that deal? Her boyfriend, she gave him $1 million to go get Trump, right? And then they go on vacation, spending the $1 million they're going on cruise lines. I told my wife, I'd like to take you on a vacation like that, but I can't afford it. It's too expensive. No, they're going on Norwegian cruise lines. I mean, that's something. But the nice thing, it gets exposed. Eventually, it gets exposed. It's a beautiful thing. See, when a system works, it's a beautiful thing. But she's been exposed. I can't imagine they can continue on with that case. She wanted to indict senators. She wanted to indict Lindsey Graham. He did nothing wrong. He just wants to make sure elections are good. But they had a list of people they wanted to indict, like 48 people over, and these are patriots, a woman 84 years old, standing with the American flag like this, and they indict her. These are sick people. These are sick. And then they find out it's a fraud, and she's filtering money to her boyfriend. And I mean, big money. And he never did a case before. He never did a felony case. He never did a case before. Other than that, he's extremely talented. Every time the radical left, they should drop that Georgia case. They should drop the boxes hoax. Well, if they let him off on the boxes hoax, he has 10 times more. That guy had 50 years worth of classified information. And Dick Durbin, a senator, Democrat senator, when he heard that he took the information as a senator out of the SCIF, He said, there's no way he did that. That's the worst thing I've ever heard. Then, of course, he, came back and said, well, it's not that bad. Every time the radical left Democrats, Marxists, communists, and fascists indict me, I consider it truly a great badge of honor because I'm being indicted for you. I never even think about it any other way. Never forget our enemies want to take away my freedom because I will never let them take away your freedom. We have to straighten out our country. They want to silence me because I will never let them silence you. Kathy. And in the end, they're not after me, they're after you, and I just happen to be standing in their way. Thank you very much. Here I am. So we're thrilled to be joined today by an incredible group of patriots, including a very special guest who some of you know, and I was very impressed with him. He ran in the primary. I thought he was just outstanding, and he's got an incredible record. Really, as a businessman, made a tremendous amount of money. Very respected in the world of business. He then ran for governor of North Dakota, and he won. Got an incredible wife, incredible. And I'd like to ask them both up here, Governor Burgum, Mrs. Burgum of North Dakota. Doug, come on up, please. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. It's such a great honor. Please.
Well, thank you, President Trump. It's so amazing to be here with all of you. So grateful to be with everybody in Iowa. And for Catherine and I, it's always a special time to be down in Iowa because as we were just saying, it's great to be here. Grateful for all of you to be out here and grateful for what you're going to do tomorrow. But Catherine and I especially love coming down to Iowa, especially on a day like today, because we come down here to warm up. But 4 years ago, I was speaking on behalf of President Trump at the Iowa caucuses in Sioux City. And today, I'm here to do something that none of the other presidential primary candidates have done. And that's endorse Donald J. Trump for the President of the United States of America. I've had an opportunity to have a front row seat. I've seen President Trump and what he's been able to do. I've seen it as a business leader, and I've seen it as a governor. I've seen the difference that President Trump can make. Because remember, when I first took office, President Obama was still president. Yeah, and trying to work with his administration was a disaster. Then President Trump took office, and everything changed. States like Iowa, states like North Dakota, heartland states, we were respected. We had a friend and a partner in the White House who understood us and who wanted to see our states succeed versus being regulated out of business. Now, I've had a chance as governor to see what the world is like under Joe Biden. And America needs an 180-degree change in the direction of where Joe Biden has taken us. Joe Biden's been wrong on the economy, he's wrong on energy, and he's wrong on national security. Biden's policies are empowering our enemies, and they hurt America. Biden's inflation has raised the cost of food that you put on your table. It's raised the cost of gas you put in your car. That's what happens when we put someone in the White House like Joe Biden, unlike President Trump, but we put someone in the White House who's never created a job in the private sector. What a contrast to President Trump. President Trump protected our borders. He cut red tape like no president has ever done before. He passed the largest tax cuts in the history of America, and he supercharged our economy. And not only that, you know how he did that? He not only delivered, as the one president delivered energy independence, and as someone who leads an energy state, I know what that means. When he's in the White House, he'll deliver energy dominance. Under President Trump, America was safe and prosperous, and tomorrow when you caucus, you have an opportunity to send a message to the nation and send a message to the world that Donald J. Trump will make America great again. Thank you very much, Iowa.
Really an honor. Never seen a lot. Thank you. Wow, thank you very much. That was an honor. Really, if you watched him perform, it was like nobody else. He just has a great record in everything he's ever done. So on behalf of the Trump family, we thank you both very much. Very much. Thank you. Also with us, Iowa Attorney General Brenna Bird, who's a courageous warrior. Thank you, Brenna. Incredible. I think you're the most popular politician right now in Iowa. Although I'd say Big Matt. Matt, stand up. Big Matt is right there, too. Matt Whitaker, former Attorney General. State Representative Brooke Boden. Brooke, thank you. Great job, Brooke. Thank you very much. And State Senators Julian Garrett. Julian. Thank you, Julian. One of the earliest endorsers from 2016 and even 2015. Sherilyn Westrick. Sherilyn. Thank you. And the earliest endorser in the whole country, the Marlboro Man. These guys are the Marlboro Men. I'm telling you, I don't know if you're allowed to do that anymore with the cigarettes. I guess you can't. But he is to me, he'll always be. He was the first person in the whole country that endorsed me. I said, who is that guy named Brad Zaun from Iowa? He keeps endorsing me, and I haven't even announced I was running. So he endorsed me long before I ran. He said, that guy from New York should be president. And he's a great guy and an incredible person. He loves your state and he loves our country. Brad Zaun. Look at this guy. Look at this. Come on. Say something.
Well, I'm proud to say I'm the first person to endorse the best president of my lifetime, the 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Thank you. Oh, he's got that look. He's got that look. Thank you very much. Great guy. Also, members of Congress, some really tremendous friends. Derrick Van Orden. Derrick, thank you very much. Great job you're doing, too. Great job. Really fantastic. And a man I'm a little prejudiced because I've known him well. He's a friend of mine. He's a warrior. Derrick, would you say? He's a warrior like few others. Jim Jordan and his wife, Polly. Where's Polly? His wife, Polly. Polly. And by the way, Polly, you did produce, with all of his wrestling, you did produce an all-American wrestler. One of your children, at least one, but they're good wrestlers. We're not going to wrestle any of them, but he's an all-American, so congratulations on that. That's incredible. That's incredible. And former congressman and another great friend of mine. This guy is the greatest auctioneer that I've ever heard. I've heard some pretty good ones, right? You feel like doing something, Billy? Come on up here, Billy, real fast. Come on. Come on. This guy is, and he's a great guy. Billy Long, everybody. He would take over a room. Wait till you hear this. Now, don't get nervous, Billy. See, most people say, oh, no, no, no. He says, yes, I didn't know this. That's good. Take it over.
All right, now we're going to auction an American flag to be flown over the United States Capitol. And just get me your information when you're done. Well, surely you've got some kind of a campaign deal they could write the check to, don't you? All right, hey, and who got $1,000? Hit that. Who get $500 for 5, 600, 7, you buy 700, 7, you buy 8, 9, 9. Hit $1,000 bill, $1,000, 11. Hit 10 here, 11. Get that satisfied look off your face. You're out. 1100, 12. Hit 1100 here, 12. You buy 12, a half, all done, 1200 a half. Sold it right there, $1,100. If you want to see something funny, Google Billy Long auction Stanley Cup, because the guy that bought it is standing to my left in the Rose Garden. I auctioned off the St. Louis Blues Stanley Cup for $65,000. There's your buyer.
Don't you love this guy? Goodness.
That's great. That's pretty good, isn't it? It doesn't get better. He's a top guy. And thank you very much. Boy, no nerves either, Billy, huh? Now, most people would say, no, I'd rather not do that. He said, yeah, I'll do it. I didn't think he was going to do that. But it's really fantastic. And another man who's a friend of mine, he's another one I'm not going to mess around with. He's Knox County, Tennessee. Do you know Glenn Jacobs? Goes by the name of Kane. Kane. Where is Kane? Look at the size of this guy. Man, oh man. That's it. He's all man. He's all man. It's good. How many years have you been doing that? You've been Kane, one of the great characters. And how many? So how tall are you? You're 6 what? 6'8". And weigh what when you wrestle? About 3. Well, that's not bad. I'm not that far away. Ew. That's not good. You just ruined my day. 300. Well, all I know is, I guess there's a little acting involved, but when I see these guys, some of them like The Undertaker, right? And I see him, and he walks around the ring lifting a 300-pound guy over his shoulders like this. It may be acting, but there aren't too many. And then he throws him into the seats. It's pretty great. And he's done a fantastic job as mayor, Tennessee. And I don't know, I have thoughts that maybe you're going to run for governor of Tennessee sometime, because you have done a great job and you're very popular. Huh? Thank you very much. Good to have you. Thanks. Great to have you. Look great. Also a woman who's really talented, and she's been amazing. She just loves the campaign and loves the country, and she's brought her whole staff with her. She's a very important person politically, but she's actually free press in the true sense. She's free press, and she's really become a friend of a lot of great patriots in this country. Lara Loomer. Stand up, please, Lara. Great job you do. Great job. You want to try and have her on your side, right? Much better. No, she's fantastic. Thank you, Lara, and your whole staff. We appreciate you coming. One of the greatest wrestlers of all time. I said before, he really is. I've known his name for a long time. I've watched him. And there was nobody like him in the history of this country. There was nobody like him. And beyond, Dan Gable. He's a legend from Iowa, but he's just a great person. And we awarded him the Medal of Freedom, along with his... That's right. We awarded Dan the Presidential Medal of Freedom, which is the highest award you can get. That's the civilian version of the Medal of Honor. The Medal of Honor is much tougher because, they're usually gone or in very bad shape when they get the Medal of Honor. The Medal of Freedom is the civilian version, and it was a great honor to do it, and especially since your wife, Kathy, who's a truly great patriot of this country. I mean, I know all about Kathy, and she loves this country, and she hates seeing what's happening to it. And in particular, because Kathy was with you, so I appreciate it. Kathy, please stand up, please. Thank you. Thank you very much. Beautiful. This is a far more, when you think about it, what we've done, look at these crowds when everyone's talking about, the weather is going to be so tough. It's far more than a campaign. This is not a campaign. It's the greatest political movement in the history of our country. It really is. This is not a normal situation, Jim, right? This is not when people have, like DeSantis had a speech today where 9 people showed up, and he blamed the weather. Well, the weather's very tough. Together, we ended the NAFTA disaster, the worst trade deal ever made. We replaced it with the brand new USMCA, the best trade deal ever made by our country. I took on communist China like no administration in history, bringing in hundreds of billions of dollars, pouring right into our treasury. When no other president brought in 10 cents, they never got 10 cents. They never even asked China. It's such an unfair thing that's happened with China. And they take that money and they use it to rebuild their military and to build a military, the equal of ours, they say. I mean, some people say that. It's very sad, but end that very soon. One of the things we're going to do in one of my platforms that people don't pick up as much as they should, though, but we're going to build an Iron Dome over our country because we want to protect ourselves. We're giving other countries, we give Iron Domes to other countries, but we don't do it to all. It'll all be made in the USA. You know, they work. In the old days, you know, Ronald Reagan wanted that too, but they didn't work at that time. So it was sort of a pipe dream a little bit. But maybe he was ahead of his time. We're going to do an Iron Dome because you need it now. You have too many people with too many bad weapons, and they work really well. You can ask Israel, you can ask other countries. It's amazing, but we supply them to other countries. We don't supply them for ourselves. We're going to make it here. It's going to be all paid for in the United States, and it's going to be the best of them all. We have technology that's so incredible and so advanced, and we advanced it very much in my 4 years, but then they've done nothing with it. We're going to build an Iron Dome. It's a very big deal for me. Then I gave the farmers, out of all the money that was raised from China, $28 billion straight out of the tariffs that I took, and it's a large part of it came to the state of Iowa. And I told the farmers at the time, go out and buy more land, because I knew I was going to make a great deal with China, because we have all the leverage if you know what you're doing. We don't have leverage now because they don't understand leverage, but we have all the leverage with China. And I told our farmers to go out and buy more land and larger tractors. Do you remember? And I was right, because you've never done so well. And anything left over, like you see the fumes, it's the fumes of the Trump administration. That's the only thing that's keeping this Biden thing a little bit alive, because their numbers are no good except for the stock market. They have terrible inflation numbers still, but the stock market, that's the fumes of what we did, and the fact that I'm leading every poll. If I weren't leading every poll, the stock market would crash. And I'll tell you what, if we don't win, I believe you'll have a depression the likes of 1929, because there's no reason for this to happen. There's no reason what's going on right now. I think the fact that I'm leading in the polls is what's keeping the stock market up, because I stand for everything that the stock market should be standing for, and it's very important. And I think if you saw numbers go down, which you haven't seen, it's been a steady rise up. Everyone's waiting. When will it happen? Well, maybe it will, maybe it won't, but it's been like this right from the beginning. But that's what's keeping the stock market up, in my opinion. A lot of people are saying that. I stood up for Iowa ethanol and issued a historic rule declaring that E15 would be made available all year round. Ron DeSantis has spent his entire career trying to destroy ethanol. Now, a few weeks ago, he came out in favor of ethanol. Don't believe it. He just came out in favor of it. I will protect ethanol with 4 more years in the White House. It'll be totally protected. Not only was it protected, we gave you things that nobody thought were possible to get, and it really has been a big boon to ethanol and to Iowa and Nebraska, a couple of other states. I will also take immediate action to restore peace through strength. Very important term, peace through strength. We don't have to necessarily fight and die, lose our blood and lose our wealth, our children, our beautiful children, fighting in countries that nobody ever heard of, and we lose them, and there's no reason for it. You know, I was the only president, think of it, the only president that didn't get us into a war. 78 years, we didn't have any wars. We finished up a war. We beat ISIS 100%. We beat ISIS 100%, and we took off. We took it down. We took out Soleimani. We took out al-Baghdadi, the worst terrorists in history, probably. Just killed them. And they are no longer. We had Iran was broke. When I was president, Iran was broke. Now Iran has $250 billion, and now they're a nation of terror again. They didn't have any money to be a nation of terror. We would have had a deal if the election weren't rigged. We would have had a deal within the first 2 weeks with Iran, and they would have been very happy, but they wouldn't have had a nuclear weapon. Now they're 31 days away from having a nuclear weapon, and when they have a nuclear weapon, it's a much tougher negotiation. You watch. I'm the only candidate who can make this promise. I will prevent World War III. You're very close to World War III, and a lot of you don't know that, but you're very close to World War III. We have an incompetent man negotiating with very smart people and very tough people, very mean people, and people that also have great strength and power and great weaponry also. I will once again appoint great Supreme Court justices to interpret the law as written. I gave you 3 great Supreme Court justices. They don't do me much, but they do the country a lot. They don't give me too much, but they give the country. I had to give up my taxes. I had to give up other. Nobody else would have had to do that, only me. But you know what? After looking at my taxes, that was the end of that. Probably should have given them 6 years ago and been done with it. But no, but I shouldn't have had to do that. But they've been good for our country. They have some big decisions in front right now. For instance, the election. You can't take somebody that's leading every single poll out for what? For doing nothing wrong, for doing absolutely, and very importantly, immunity. A president has to have immunity. Otherwise, a president isn't going to be able to function. If you don't have immunity, and I'm not talking about me, I'm talking about every president, you would never make a decision. Like when President Obama incorrectly sent a missile into an area and he killed many children and many people. They were looking for a terrorist. That would mean that his political opponent, sitting as president, if he were the next president, would absolutely indict him. And you wouldn't be able to do anything. You wouldn't be able to do anything. Biden, with his border, he would be indicted in 2 seconds. He's killing hundreds of thousands of people. He's allowing millions of people to destroy our country. And Afghanistan, the worst, most embarrassing day in the history of our country. If he doesn't have immunity, that means he'll be indicted. He'll be indicted for 10 other reasons. He'll be indicted for taking graft. He'll be indicted for taking money from China, from Ukraine, from Russia. Why did he take $3.5 million from the mayor of Moscow's wife? Why? So he'll be indicted. The problem is you can't function if you're going to have to think about every single thing that's happening. Should I send a missile? Should I protect our country? If it doesn't work out, they'll indict me as soon as I leave office. A president of the United States has to be free and clear of mind. And you can't be worrying about something where you're doing the right thing, but if it doesn't work out, you're going to end up in prison. So a president of the United States must have immunity. And I'm not talking for myself. I'm talking for every president of the United States, or they will not be able to function. And they're going to make those decisions very soon, and I hope they do the right thing for the country. And I will direct a completely overhauled DOJ to investigate every radical, out-of-control prosecutor in America for their illegal, racist, and reverse enforcement of the law. I'm also going to indemnify all police officers and law enforcement officers throughout the United States to protect them from being destroyed by the radical left for taking strong action on crime. We're going to stop crime in our country. And we will take over the horribly run capital of our nation. Horribly run. We have a capital that we all love. Right now it's a rat-infested, graffiti-infested shithole. It's horrible. Where people are being killed. This week, 3 people were shot. People are being killed just for walking into a park, which is now littered with tents and homeless who have to find places for them. But you cannot do that to our capital. And we're going to take it away from the mayor. And again, that doesn't make me popular there, but I have to say it. We have to run our capital incredibly. We have to take the graffiti off those magnificent statuary marble columns all over the city where they have swastikas printed on them, where they have the names of people, where they have hearts and people are in love and they write a heart. We're going to clean up our capital. We're going to knock out the slums. We have slums. We're going to move the people. And we're going to have the most beautiful capital in the world. And it's so important to be able to do that because our capital right now, when people, can you imagine foreign dignitaries coming into our capital and looking? The last time I was there for a courthouse on a Joe Biden impeachment thing, a Joe Biden indictment thing, a fake indictment, totally fake. I have the worst judge in the whole country. They said, if you got this judge, you have no chance. I got that judge. Yeah, I was shocked. I was shocked. I got the right judge. I got one in New York that's beautiful. My wife's mother, who was an incredible woman, a great beauty inside and out, incredible woman, she just died. And my wife is very devastated by that. And I have a trial going on, a fake trial, a totally fake trial. And we asked the judge if I could take a day off for a funeral of my mother-in-law, who was very close to me also. And he said, no. Can you imagine? These are animals. Can you imagine that, Nigel? That wouldn't even happen in your country, right? He said, no, we can't have a day off. These are bad people. These are radical left lunatics that want to hurt me because they think it's going to hurt me at the polls so that Biden can win an election. I don't think the people are going to fall for it. But think of that. Can I have a day off? I'd like to go to the... So my wife is going to be standing at the funeral of her mother, who was a very special woman. It's not like this was a very special, incredible woman. And so she's supposed to stand there alone. Now, I'll be there. One way or the other, I'll be there. But what a disgrace that a judge would not say, yes, we can take a day off. There's no rush. You know, all of these indictments, they could have done them 3 years ago. They saved them all for the election. Every one of them. I got one during Iowa. I got one during New Hampshire, the day before New Hampshire. I got every one of these. I have one, the same Shutkin, Judge Shutkin in Washington. The day before Super Tuesday, she wants her trial to start. The day before, then she says, oh, no, it has nothing to do with politics. Every one of them is the day before Iowa, the day before New Hampshire, the day before Super Tuesday. No, these are rigged indictments. This is a rigged Department of Justice where we have radical left, bad people, lunatics, and we can't let it happen. We can't let it happen. So I'm going to that funeral, and this judge, whatever the hell he wants to do, let him do it. But we're going to that funeral. It's a disgrace. Can't take one day off. They could have had these trials. They could have had that trial 6 months ago. But they didn't want to have them 6 months ago. They could have had the other one, the boxers hoax. They could have had that 2 years ago. They waited till just, as soon as it was announced Trump is running and he's number one, they said, oh, let's go get him. They raided my home. Fourth Amendment, you can't do that. They raided my home, think of it. They raided Mar-a-Lago. I get a call, sir, your house is under raid by the FBI. Think of it. You're not allowed to do that. These are very bad people, very sick people. On day one, I will sign a new executive order to cut federal funding for any school pushing critical race theory, transgender insanity, and other inappropriate racial, sexual, or political content on our children. And I will not give 1 penny to any school that has a vaccine mandate or mask mandate. And I can't believe that I have to say it, but I do, because it's such a big thing now. It's not believable that it's a big thing. Can you imagine saying it 10 years ago? Nobody would know what you're talking about. I will keep men out of women's sports. I will sign immediately. Men out of women's sports. I mean, I could ask Dan Gable, Dan, in your prime, do you think there was a woman that could out-wrestle you? I don't know. Tell him. Yeah. He said only his wife. Only Kathy. That's right. That's a perfect answer, actually. And I will fully uphold the Second Amendment, which is under siege, by the way. Which is under siege. As I did for 4 years, it's under siege. We will protect innocent life, and we will restore free speech, and I will secure our elections. We will go to paper ballots. We will have one-day voting, and we will have a thing called voter ID. They don't want voter ID. Why would you not want voter ID? Only one reason, because you want to cheat. Why would you? You know, you have ID for everything, right? You go to the grocery store, you have ID. No matter what you do, you have ID, except for voting, which is your most important thing. No voter ID. When you went to the Democrat National Convention, they had like a board, like a billboard from outside with a chain, and it had pictures from all angles. It had they had everything. That was for the Democrat National Convention to get in. They had a thing that was terrible. The women were complaining it was so big you couldn't see their dress, okay? They'd spend all the time on their beautiful dress. And it said you're looking at voter ID. But now we want voter ID, but they don't want voter ID because they can't cheat with voter ID. It's much harder. They'll find a way, but, you know, it makes it much harder. You have to make it as hard as possible because that's the only way they can win. That's the only way they can win. They can't win on policy. They can't win on open borders. They can't win on raising your taxes. They can't win on woke education and a woke military. We have a great military, by the way. When we took out ISIS, they did it so great. Raisin Cain, General Raisin Cain. You know that, sir. I said, what's your name? He said, Cain, sir. What's your first name? Raisin. I said, what? Raisin, sir. They call me Raisin. I said, your name is Raisin Kane? Yes, sir. I love you, General. You're the general I've been looking for, and he was great. He wiped them out so fast. He said, I'll get it done in 4 weeks, sir. But we wiped out ISIS very quickly. We have a great military, but you have to have the right people, not the people you see on television, not the person that's laying right now in a hospital room that was missing for 5 days. And he's running the war with Yemen on his laptop like a child, you know? My young son uses laptops to have little war games, right? Like all of the kids. He's running it, but they didn't even know where he was. What happened to him? But until then, Republicans have to win. If you took the 10 worst presidents in the history of the United States and added them up, they would not have done near the destruction, damage to our country as Joe Biden and the Biden administration have done. There's nobody has done damage like this. I always say Jimmy Carter's the happiest man alive right now, and it's good because he's somewhat elderly, right? Somewhat. My wife went to the funeral of Rosalind 2 months ago. It was a beautiful funeral. But Jimmy Carter's a happy man right now because people are considering, compared to Biden, his presidency to be a brilliant presidency, right, Nigel? It's a brilliant, Jimmy Carter, by comparison, has a brilliant presidency, so he's happy. So if you want to save America from crooked Joe Biden, you must go caucus tomorrow. It's the first step, really the first step. We got to do it. We got to do it big. You got to get out. You can't sit home. If you're sick as a dog, you say, darling, I got to make it. Even if you vote and then pass away, it's worth it, remember? If you're sick, if you're just so sick you can't, darling, I don't think, get up. Get up. You get up, you're voting. Yes, darling, because ultimately we know who calls the shots, right? Right, Polly? So you be safe and all, you're going to be safe. And again, all indoors, it's going to be all indoors, but you got to get up, you got to vote. Because it has nothing to do with anything but taking our nation back, and that's the biggest thing there is. So arrive no later than 6:30, and as I said earlier, the details are ia.donaldjtrump.com. So in conclusion, we're having a good time though, aren't we? Yeah, just a good time. I got Billy Long up here to show us that. From Fort Dodge to Cedar Rapids, from Sioux City to Waterloo, and from Davenport to Des Moines to right here in Indianola, we stand on the shoulders of generations of Iowa patriots who tamed the wilderness, braved the elements, tilled the soil, worked the fields, built the factories, and poured out their sweat, blood, tears to make this country the greatest nation in the history of the world. That's what happened. But now we are a nation in decline. We are a failing nation. We are a nation that has lost its confidence, its willpower, and its strength. We are a nation that has lost its way. But we are not going to allow this horror to continue. 3 years ago, we were a great nation, and we will soon be a great nation again. It was hardworking patriots like you who built this country, and it is hardworking patriots like you who are going to save our country. We will fight for America like no one has ever fought before. 2024 is our final battle. With you at my side, we will demolish the deep state. We will expel the warmongers, get them out of our government. We will drive out the globalists. We will cast out the communists, Marxists, and fascists. We will throw off the sick political class that truly hates our country. We will rout the fake news media, and we will evict crooked Joe Biden from the White House on November 5th, 2024. The great silent majority is rising like never before, and under our leadership, the forgotten man and woman will be forgotten no longer. You will be forgotten no longer. You weren't forgotten during 4 years of President Trump. We will love our country. We will take care of our country. We will pray to God for our strength and for our liberty. We will pray for God and we will be with God because we are one movement, one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. And together we will make America powerful again. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. And we will make America great again. Thank you very much, Iowa. Thank you. Thank you very much. God bless you. Thank you.
Up a very interesting speech by the president, but it's no surprise that he touched on a lot of the issues that we've been talking about over the last several years now.
Yes, and the months and months of campaigning here in Iowa, weeks on end, several events a day. It all comes down to this.
Yeah, it all comes down to this, and of course, he encouraged everyone here in Iowa to get out and be vocal and show up, and I even made a joke of saying, well, if you don't feel good, still go vote, because at least you made the right vote. So he's encouraging everyone to caucus, which I think is great. We want to thank a lot of our partners for today. First, our partners over at the Birch Gold Group. We'll tell you how to convert an existing IRA into a gold-backed IRA. Our friends at the Birch Gold Group can do just that. Just text the words Trump to 989898. That is the Birch Gold Group. Also, if you're struggling with back taxes, our friends over at Tax Network USA can help you with that. Doesn't matter if it's $1,000, $10,000, $100,000. If you're 1 year or you haven't paid taxes in 10 years, they can do just that. Tax Network USA. The information for that is on your screen.
Yeah, don't forget about Pure Talk.
Yep.
I really love this one, Pure Talk. If social engineering from leftist corporations make you feel like we're living in the twilight zone, well, you are not alone. Contact Pure Talk today. Dial that number on your screen. That's 844-8-PURE-TALK. Their U.S. customer service team is waiting by to help you make the switch. Again, call 844-8-PURE-TALK.
And don't forget about that bobblehead. We all love the Trump and Neighbor bobblehead. They always have a limited production on this. So if you want that bobblehead, take advantage of it right now and go straight to it and put it on your desk, in your car, anywhere. You've got to love that bobblehead.
Yes, and absolutely get that. I love that. And also the Wellness Company. Contact them for your emergency kit. I just received mine in the mail yesterday. Can't wait to get home to open it and see what's all inside. But your emergency kit from the Wellness Company, Dr. McCullough and his team have put together this great kit for you and your family. Go to MakeCareGreatAgain.com, type in the RSVN code, and get a discount with your order.
We'll get some final thoughts. We'll bring Catherine Cipher in here. See if she can make our way up here. So we were just talking about how he's really pushing for people to get out tomorrow, obviously the caucus. Huge victory we're planning. I mean, Trump's got 48-50% of this market already.
I think it's going to be an unprecedented victory by Donald Trump tomorrow.
Takeaways from the rally.
I mean, He's in this to win it. He knows that he knows what he needs to do in Iowa. He knows how he needs to talk to the people, and he made this about the people of Iowa and not about anybody else that is trying to caucus tomorrow.
Vanessa, final thoughts.
Great to see Burgum, the first presidential candidate to endorse Trump, former candidate to endorse Trump. So that was a big endorsement coming in for President Trump today. But, you know, it's just looking at the crowd and the hype and the people who chant his name and chant USA, USA. These people are ready to caucus tomorrow.
Yeah. My final thoughts are, I think after Iowa and after New Hampshire, we're going to see probably the GOP primary race come to an end after 2 states. It'll be that big of a margin. That's my final thoughts, and we'll leave it at that. There you go. All right, for Catherine Cipher, Vanessa Broussard, Brian Glenn says so long from Iowa. We'll see you back here tomorrow for a full day of caucus coverage. We'll see you, everybody. Good night.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, and I'm here to tell you about my new product from MyPillow. Towels that actually work. Watch this absorbency test. Here's another towel that we randomly went out and bought. Here's one of my towels with the nice design. I don't know if you can see this, but you could line a swimming pool with this. I mean, this is crazy. Get rid of it. Towels that actually work. What a concept. I'm interrupting this commercial to let you know you can get our 6-piece My Towels, regular $69.98, now only $29.98. Or you can save 25% on our brand new kitchen towels, made with the same technology as our famous My Towels. Also, we have bath sheets, bath towels, washcloths, hand towels, and so much more. And the best part, with your promo code, your entire order ships absolutely free. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use that promo code to get deep discounts on all My Towels. And for a limited time, your order ships absolutely free.
This is a call to all my fellow Americans to stand up, fired up, and will not let up. To put your foot down and will never lay down, Americans. You're the ones this country needs. To stand up for what you believe in. To wear your pride on your sleeve. This is a call to the ones who put family above fortune and always have their neighbors six. At Pure Talk, we're a wireless company that champions American values. We'll give you a voice, along with unlimited talk, text, and data for only $20 a month. That's less than a burger and fries these days. All on the most dependable 5G network. So stand with us, a proud American company that stands up for and gives back to the people who built this country. People who stand for our flag. People who believe in working hard, not hardly working. So join your fellow Americans and call Pure Talk to get 50% off your first month. This is your calling. It's time to answer.
What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and I have a Christian show called Let It Be Heard, where we analyze culture and current events from a biblical perspective. I highly recommend you guys check us out. We now have episodes every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And basically, what happens is we react to videos, we have talking points, we have on guests, and it's very exciting. Come check us out on Rumble on the RSBN channel. God bless you guys.
Right Side Broadcasting is known for panning the crowds, showing the packed arenas, and allowing you to see the truth. They've covered hundreds of rallies, briefings, marches, CPAC, and the historic overturning of Roe v. Wade. Right Side Broadcasting was created in 2015 by our founder, Joe Seals, creating a unique broadcasting experience that allows you to make your own decision rather than force-feeding you an agenda. We don't cut or edit people's words or twist them to fit a particular point of view. We allow our correspondents to be open about their opinions while maintaining journalistic integrity. Your donations and support allow us to continue to be the gold standard in live, unedited event coverage. Your monthly or one-time contributions on our website are crucial in our fight for the truth. Thank you for all of your generous support.